Welcome back to St. Cloud, Minnesota. I'm Vanessa Broussard.
And I'm Mark Anthony. Good being with you, Vanessa.
Yes, it's been a great day so far. We've been out here for several hours, and the crowd is electric.
No, in Minnesota, we call it Minnesota Nice, and you've been able to meet a lot of nice people along the way, haven't you?
I have, and the people are great. They're energized. They're having a great time, and yes, very, very welcoming here. You know, where I'm from, we call it Southern hospitality,
right.
But this is Northern hospitality,
right.
I would say, right?
Yeah.
But it's been great. It's been wonderful here in Minnesota. As you saw, President Trump just wrapped up his speech in Nashville, Tennessee. That was at the 2024 Bitcoin conference. A lot of good talking points there from President Trump, and he will now leave there and head right here to Minnesota to this arena. It's a hockey arena, the Herb Brooks National Hockey Center, and it's filling up right now as the security is very tight and making sure everyone comes in here, they're clear. And so it's a fast process, but also a slow process in a sense, and so they can make sure that everyone here is safe. 6,000 people is what this place can hold.
Yeah, you were telling me your family is in law enforcement, yes. So right away you've got that eye. You were able to see the snipers.
So in the car earlier, when we were all sitting in the car waiting to go live, I was like, there's the snipers,
yeah.
And everyone said, where? But yeah, I just have that eye. I look around, and I can pretty much see everything, and pretty much sense, too. I guess it's in my blood, in my genes, when something doesn't seem right. So, and I picked that up in Butler.
Yeah, absolutely. So you and I didn't really have a chance to talk about it. Do you mind?
Yes.
Talk a little bit about what was going on. You were there live on the scene, and this is your first Trump rally
right.
Since 2 weeks ago. Was it tough for you afterwards?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I talked about it a little bit at the RNC when we had coverage there. Again, this is my first rally, though, since that Butler, Pennsylvania situation. It was shocking.
Yeah.
You know, you hear all the time people they think it, but they don't want it to happen, obviously. They have gone after Trump so much with court case and accusation after accusation and court case, and the list goes on. So they can't get him in the court system. So what's the next attempt?
Right.
An assassination. And that's exactly what was, what they tried to do 2 weeks ago in Butler. And so you're never prepared for it, even though in the back of your mind you're thinking this man is unstoppable and there's only one way to stop him. And they tried it and they failed. Thank God they failed.
Right.
But, I was on stage and I was actually sitting down writing my notes because he had the slideshow up about immigration numbers. And I was actually writing down the numbers that he was saying, because it's always changing, because the numbers continue to grow, because our borders are wide open. So I was writing down the numbers and just watching him, and I hear pop, 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 pop. And he doesn't drop down. He didn't drop down from the gunshot. He chose to take cover. I saw him take cover, and Secret Service ran on stage immediately, and then I took cover. And if you didn't see my recap of what I saw and witnessed during the RNC, it was so fast yet so slow. It felt like President Trump was on the ground for 30 minutes, and it may have been just 3 minutes.
Then when he arose, the crowd went nuts fight.
Yes, but before that, there was another round of shots, and we didn't know where the shots were coming from, if there was a gunman or gunmen, multiple gunmen, we just didn't know. Yeah. But yes, when they pulled him up, we still didn't know how injured he was, or if he was alive or dead. We didn't, with the naked eye, you couldn't see. Now, our cameras are zoomed in, so the people at home had a better view. But it was when he gave that fight, that the entire crowd, tens of thousands of people, Mark, stood up, cheering and chanting, thanking God that President Trump was okay.
Spared that day. I've seen T-shirts. You've seen the T-shirts with a flag that looks like an angel. Yes. And I think a lot of us know that angels were watching over him that day, without a doubt.
No doubt about it. And so, the flag, when that happened, the wind picked the flag up and whipped it around, and the crowd started chanting, fix the flag, fix the flag. And so they did. But little did we know at that time it looked like an angel,
Right.
like almost like a dove or something beautiful
Right.
of that nature. And so it was very interesting to, after the fact, see all the signs of God is around us, on that day and every day. And we can talk more about that in a little bit, because I could talk about Butler and how, we're going to continue the good fight. People here, walking into today, I was a little nervous. I would be lying if I said that I wasn't. But since I've been here, I haven't even thought about it until you just brought it up.
Sorry about that.
No, it's okay, because the Secret Service is so great. Like you mentioned, the snipers, and there's extra security, and there's cadaver dogs, and there's all the things which we've seen before at every rally, but this time it's a lot different, and you can see security almost everywhere, so it's good to see.
A lot of canine dogs, aren't there?
There are a lot of canine dogs.
Sniffing things out to make sure everyone's safe here today, and I certainly feel safe here today. The arena's filling up. I told you a little bit earlier today, this arena, named after Herb Brooks, he was a Minnesota icon. A lot of people know him from the Miracle on Ice in 1980 when Team USA knocked off the Soviets at that time, really the height of the Cold War. And we were up against professional hockey players that the Soviets put together. And, of course, Al Michaels saying, "Do you believe in miracles?" Well, this arena, he coached here. He coached for St. Cloud State University, coached for the Gophers. He coached for the Minnesota North Stars, who would go down to Dallas and win some Stanley Cups.
Yes.
But anyway... But this
what
place,
are the odds?
Yeah, I know it.
The miracle surrounding that, the miracle of President Trump being here.
Right.
Is it a coincidence that he's here today? I don't think so. Hey, we want to let you know about something called Sticker Mule. Exciting news to tell you about. We launched our new store on Sticker Mule. Grab your RSBN merchandise right now. It's packed with awesome RSBN stickers, T-shirts, keychains, and so much more. That website is on your screen. Go to stickermule.com/RSBN. That's stickermule.com/RSBN. Check it out right now. A big portion of the sales go directly to us here at RSBN, ensuring we can continue to be here on the campaign trail with all of you. And so the more you shop, the more the chances are that we get to hit all of the events with JD Vance and President Trump as we head into November, but also show your support for RSBN as well. Go to stickermule.com/RSBN. Pretty cool. Love the merchandise.
Absolutely. And people still filtering in here today. And, of course, we both know how hot it was. It hit 91. It felt like 97 at one point. Might even be hotter. Typically, the warmest point of the afternoon this time of the year between 4 and 5. So it still could rise a couple of degrees. I know you're happy we're indoors.
Whew, thank goodness. When I walked in, I thought, oh my goodness, the air conditioner just hit me in the face, and it was so nice to have that. Even though I'm used to being in the heat, the Texas heat, it was nice to come inside to AC. If you're just now joining us, please, excuse me for just a second. Where's a tight squeeze over here? We're knocking things over. If you're just now joining us, we want to remind you that you can invest in your future with the Birch Gold Group. If you weren't following the news, a massive hit to the U.S. dollar just came this year in June, actually, when Saudi Arabia, that is, they did not renew its 50-year petrodollar deal with the U.S. That's not good because they want other options, not just the U.S. dollar. So what will happen? Well, the U.S. dollar, there will be less demand for it. And so that way, your other option is just to invest in gold. So now's the time, because it's getting really scary out there, especially if there's less demand for the U.S. dollar. So now's the time to invest in gold with 20 years of experience. That's 2 decades. The Birch Gold Group has thousands of happy customers, rave reviews, just experts in their field, and they'll get you on the right track, that is. Go to Birch Gold Experts for all of your needs when it comes to savings. They have a A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Text the word Trump to 989898. Again, text the word Trump to 989898. 9898. So, Birch
You've
Gold
done
Group.
those a few times. You do a great
And
job
I've
with
talked
those.
to them before as well. Those guys are great at what they do, and they're so nice on the phone. I feel like, the first time I talked to them, they called and, just very genuine, really care about you, a conservative group. They care about all Americans and our future. So they want you to win. So make sure you invest with the Birch Gold Group.
And President Trump wants America to win, doesn't he? Of course, with Agenda 47, securing our borders, but part of it, too, is making our dollar strong again, which is so key. As you said, they're looking to other markets potentially under the Biden administration. He wants to bring America, the dollar, strong, secure once again, and I know he can do it.
Absolutely. He's a businessman. He
knows it.
can
He gets
increase
it.
our dollar. Absolutely. Another thing that we want you to take care of, other than your finances, is your gut. Yes, I said that right, and you heard that right. Your gut. Bright Core's Kimchi 1 is here to fight back, containing over 900 strains of beneficial bacteria. Give your body the weapons it needs to boost your gut and digestive health. You know, Mark, a long time ago, I heard that your body needs bacteria.
Absolutely.
When I was younger, I didn't know that. So when they said you need to ingest bacteria, I thought, wait,
no.
I'm trying to fight off bacteria. But yes, your body needs
good
this.
bacteria.
Yes, good bacteria. And this is what this is. It gives your body the weapons it needs to boost your gut, digestive health, fortify your immune system, and naturally stimulate hair growth.
Good deal.
That's for men and women.
Yeah, absolutely.
Teenagers too.
It all starts in the gut. That's what they say.
Yes, absolutely. That's the next line.
Oh, really? I read your mind. But it does. It all starts with your
gut. And this
gut.
powerhouse supplement delivers all the health benefits of kimchi. It's convenient. It's in a capsule form. Kimchi 1 is an all-natural, non-GMO, gluten-free product. So make sure you get your hands on one of those. Promote healthy bones. Promote healthy joints. Heal your body from the inside out. And if you order today, all the information's on your screen. You can get up to 50% off.
Whoa.
Free gifts as well. Exclusive to RSBN viewers. So this is just for you, but you've got to call today. Get in on the action. And also, this is so great, Mark. A portion of the proceeds go to the Wounded Warrior Project.
Wow, what a great organization, too. That's something about patriots. We look out for others and trying to do good every day, right?
Yes, absolutely. So protect yourself, help our veterans, save on your dollar, because you'll get up to 50% off plus free gifts. It's a win-win for everyone. So call that 1-888 number on your screen, 1-888-652-4131. Again, that's 1-888-652-4131. It's time to make our bodies great again.
Right.
It starts in the gut.
It all does. You know, I think all of us can feel the energy in the room already. Are you pumped up?
I am so pumped up.
And former president, but soon to be future president again, number 47. What do you think? What time do you think he'll arrive? Do you want to put a guess on it?
8 p.m.
8 p.m. Okay.
President Trump, I love you, but you're never on time. But you know what? I'm never on time either, so that's okay. It's just, sometimes that's just the way it is. Some people are early they say the early bird gets the worm.
Right.
Some people wake up early and they're always on time. That's great. Then there's other people like myself who sleep in and maybe never on time. So when somebody says something starts at 2, I need to remind myself that doesn't mean leave your house at 2. You have to be at this location at 2. So that's okay.
But he helps build up the momentum, the excitement.
And that's when you see the crowd dancing and cheering and chanting and having fun. So yes, you're absolutely right. He may be on time. He may not. It's a surprise. We'll never know with President Trump. But what is not a surprise is that he is winning in the polls, especially the battleground states.
Yes. And Minnesota, of course, we've talked about it this afternoon. I'm born in Minneapolis, so this is my state. And historically, again, it's been a blue state, but there's a lot of people hoping this is the year that we can turn this state red.
And if this crowd has anything to do with it, they agree with you.
Yeah. There's a lot of passion, a lot of love. We saw a lot of people, typically the Twin Cities metro area, with approximately 3.5 million people, drive the rest of the state the rest of the state, except for Duluth and Rochester, lean to the left. But I think a lot of people are waking up. If there's any indication, talking to some of the people today who came in from the metro, a lot of them are feeling things are changing even in the metro. People are tired of vilifying law enforcement, crime on the rise statewide, particularly down in the metro area. They want to get back to basics.
Absolutely. And you talked about law enforcement. You know, Kamala Harris, she has been big on defund the police.
Right.
And we have seen how that works in smaller communities all the way up to the larger cities. It doesn't work. Why would you do that? And so, you know, that is what she has fought for, is defunding the police. She has supported governors who are for defunding the police. She has endorsed these candidates who are for defunding the police. And then, you know, again, we see what happens in these cities where police have their hands tied.
Absolutely. And I told you I'm on a reserve officer. It's called a posse here in Minnesota, Douglas County Sheriff's Posse. And I've been a part of it. My dad was also a part of that, and we care deeply, just like your family, law enforcement too. And for too long they've been vilified, and you can't blame a lot of people deciding that's not the career choice anymore. But I think Trump will turn the page, and once again we'll see people embracing not just we conservatives, but the rest of the nation seeing how important a civil society is.
Bring back law and order,
yes.
And that's exactly what President Trump wants to do. Also in the news just recently, Kamala Harris saying that these undocumented illegal aliens, illegal is the key word here, are not criminals. How can you put those words together? If you're an illegal alien,
right,
but you're not a criminal, make it make sense. It makes no sense. Kamala, it's illegal for these illegal aliens to come through our borders that you have not visited the border to see for yourself or even try to get a handle on. And so, therefore, these criminals are coming in. 50 known ISIS members have crossed the border. Millions of illegal immigrants are in your hometown. They're in your communities. They're watching your kids. They're killing our citizens. And President Trump wants to finish the wall. But again, Kamala Harris has said just recently that these undocumented immigrants, is what she calls them, are not criminals.
Yeah, of course, you can change the terminology, but still they're breaking the law. Their first act coming into the nation, you might call them undocumented people, but of course we all know, again, they broke the law, their first act. And I know Donald Trump and JD Vance are talking about, again, trying to send them back from where they came from and do it the right way.
Right. Catch and release is different under the Trump administration versus the Biden administration. Under the Trump administration, catch and release means you catch them and release them back into their home countries. Under the Biden administration, it means we caught them. That's okay. We'll release them into America. Right. That's not the way it works. The catch and release program under the Trump administration is exactly how it should be. Right now, latest numbers show up to 15 million illegal aliens are in our country. 15 million.
I think that number might even be higher.
Absolutely.
Unfortunately, but those are the numbers we are given. But we've seen too many people, innocent kids, being raped, killed in car accidents, other crimes. And if those people didn't come over the border legally, those poor people would still be alive and their families would be whole. And it's got to change.
It absolutely has to change. And President Trump wants to finish the wall and make sure that our boots on the ground in your border states like Texas, Arizona, California, all of the border states have the resources they need from the federal government. Because, look, the Biden administration is making their job hard as well. When you have governors like Governor Greg Abbott, who has enforced the need for putting barricades up, or even there's resources in the water that he has used to try to deter these illegal aliens from swimming over. When he does things like this, Mark, the federal government, the Biden administration, sues him because they want these illegal aliens to come into our country. And so during an exit poll after Super Tuesday, America was asked by Decision Desk, it was a Decision Desk poll, what is your main concern right now in our country? Every American is struggling when it comes to the economy.
Right.
We can't pay our bills, we can't pay for groceries, gasoline, everything is sky high. But their number one concern was illegal immigration.
Yeah,
because
taking jobs too, but again, we don't know who's coming in. Those who have been at the border, you live down in Texas, a lot of people see people from the Middle East, Chinese. We don't know who's coming in, and do they have bad intentions? We don't know.
A lot of them do. As we mentioned earlier, 50 ISIS members that we know of. This is a terrorist organization that we know would love to destroy America. They're here. They're on the ground. And then Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are the reason that these illegal aliens, these terrorists, these criminals are in our states. They're in our communities, killing all of our loved ones. So that's the difference between a Kamala Harris presidency, God forbid, and a President Trump presidency. You can rest assured knowing that our border will be closed on day one when President Trump gets into office.
It'll be refreshing again. We'll start to feel secure again in this nation. But even though we're as far away north than you are, as they say, every state is a border state. Minnesota is too, because we've seen a lot of people who have come in from the southern border, and they're now here and other places throughout the nation. So every state now is a border state, aren't they?
They really are, and I'm glad you brought that up, because the more we travel on the campaign trail, the more we're hearing that from the people in these different communities all over the country. When we ask them, what's your number one concern right now, they say immigration. And these are the northern states and the northeastern states, and it's just not the southern states anymore. Every state is a border state because the criminals, the illegal aliens, are coming to a hometown near you, and it's very disturbing. And President Trump will definitely.
Well, the crowd is cheering. I'm not. Oh, Mike Lindell is here.
Oh, fan
a Minnesota icon. There he is. Mike Lindell has arrived.
And the crowd goes crazy. We'll let you see.
Oh, amazing. People love him here. He's making his way through the crowd. There's Michelle Fischbach, 7th District Congresswoman. They're loving on him. He's had his problems, but he is a patriot, isn't he?
He is a patriot. Mike Lindell making his way here. Listen to the crowd roar.
He's a local boy here from Minnesota. They love him so much. Understand what he's tried to do to secure our election integrity. We know there's a lot of question marks about 2020. He's trying to bring them to light.
What an amazing human being Mike Lindell is. As I watch him make his way to the front, the people love him. He has had attack after attack on him, too. And all he wants, Mark, he just wants secure elections. Don't we all? So no matter what side of the aisle you're on, you should want secure elections. And so he just wants to make sure as we go into 2024, November, that there's no funny business going on, that these elections are secure. So they've attacked him as well. He's used his personal money to fight back in the courts. So with that said, he is a great friend of ours here on RSBN, Right Side Broadcasting Network. Truly appreciates everything Mike Lindell has done for us, not just as a network, but also for the country. So if you can, be sure to go support Mike at mypillow.com. You can type in the RSBN code, receive a discount on your order.
Well, you were wondering if he would show up. He certainly did.
People were wondering.
Yeah.
Earlier today in the crowd, the people were asking if Mike Lindell has been around. Where's Mike Lindell? Well, here's their answer. He's here tonight.
When you think about it, Mike Lindell has put his livelihood on the line. He could have, just like Donald J. Trump, could have easily lived a good life with Trump Tower, Mar-a-Lago, everything else, lived a good life. He stepped up, stepped down on a limb, trying to save this nation. There's a lot of similarities to Mike Lindell. He could have easily gone on selling his pillows and other goodies, but he cared so much about this country. He was willing to, again, put his, like they say, our founders' life, liberties, and our sacred honor all on the line.
Absolutely. Love Mike Lindell and can't wait to hear him on the stage today. Another company that we love, other than My Pillow, is the Wellness Company. I have the medical emergency kit, and I encourage all of you to get one as well. It's come in handy for me and my family, and I know it will become something that you need in your family as well. Dr. Peter McCullough and his team of doctors, they have been preaching it for years, Mark, to take care of your health. Don't wait for the next pandemic. Don't wait for the next COVID. Don't wait for the next stomach bug.
Right.
Have the medicine that you need at your disposal, whether that's amoxicillin, ivermectin, a Z-Pack. It all comes in this kit. Life-saving medications in this kit for you. Get one for your family members as well. The medical emergency kit. Go to makecaregreatagain.com. That's makecaregreatagain.com. Type in RSBN and get about $45 off your order.
Wow,
but yes,
that's huge.
MakeCareGreatAgain.com is so important because in times of crisis, if you look at COVID, Mark, you maybe couldn't get to your doctor or you can't get a prescription. But with the medical emergency kit, it's just that. It's there for you in an emergency.
Yes,
you don't
absolutely.
have to wait.
Yep, for sure. I've been fortunate, knock on wood, I never got COVID.
Good for you.
Never got the jab, so.
Good for you.
Yeah.
Well, it might not be another COVID. I hope there's not, but there may be something else. We just don't know. But this is where the medical emergency kit comes in handy. MakeCareGreatAgain.com. MakeCareGreatAgain.com. Look, we're all about your health. We're all about taking care of your body. If you haven't noticed, we are all about what we were talking about, starting with our gut earlier.
Right.
MakeCareGreatAgain.com. This one is one of my favorites too. I have it. I use it. My friends have it. They use it. Angel Paste. Angel Paste is based out of Spring, Texas.
Oh.
And this is a miracle cream that you need in your home. I was actually talking to a friend just yesterday. She texted me and she said it was her first time to order.
Okay.
She loves the product so much, and she said she's going to try another product the next time she orders because she just loves it. So Angel Paste, again, made in Spring, Texas. They're known for hiring veterans too.
Oh, wow. We love our veterans.
Yes, we do. So we want to support the companies that support our veterans. So what can this do for you? It can make you look younger. Yes, please.
Yeah.
It can get rid of wrinkles. I'll take that too. Bruises, sunspots, scars, you name it. That's what this miracle cream does. It's the cream that everyone is talking about. Take care of your skin naturally with this Angel Paste cream. They also, again, stick to America First policies, which is another reason that we should support them. And this cream, you'll love it because it's not greasy. You know how a lot of times you put product on your skin and it feels a little greasy? Not
right.
with Angel Paste.
Oh, wow.
So go ahead and get yours today. Go to angelpaste.com. That's angelpaste.com. Use the code RSBN at checkout. I love it. My friends love it, and we can't wait to order again.
Excellent.
But it's for men, women,
Okay.
teenagers. It's for anybody.
Wow.
Yeah.
Take advantage of that. Sounds
Absolutely. Good. All right, we have several minutes before the pre-program starts. You know, JD Vance will be here. President Trump is on his way from Nashville after speaking at the Bitcoin conference today. And so we can't wait for that pre-program to start. We know it's going to be electric, a lot of fun, and we're almost at full capacity right now.
Well, when Donald Trump, he's an entertainer. He's not only trying to get a message out to save America, but he makes it fun, doesn't he? He has fun with the crowd. we all know he goes off script. He's a great ad-libber. He's a great entertainer. And we know he loves our country.
When he goes off script, there we see the real Don, and
right.
I love it. Okay, something else that we love, Tax Network USA. If you are struggling with back taxes or filing taxes for last year that you have filed an extension, that's okay. Don't worry. That's where the experts at Tax Network USA, they come into play. They will help you with your taxes and back taxes, no matter what your tax issue is, no matter if it's big or small. They are here to help you, and they can definitely handle the IRS for you. That's what they do. That's what they're experts in. They are experts in negotiating with the IRS, so you don't have to. And that's where you're able to save money, is because they're doing all of the negotiation for you. So don't let the IRS take advantage of you. Tax Network USA, again, they negotiate, but that's not all. They also protect your assets from IRS seizures, and they manage your yearly returns for ongoing compliance. So there's so much that they can do for you. There are licensed agents in every state, so no matter where you live, they can help you. Call that number on your screen. That's 1-800-357-1415, 1-800-357-1415, or you can go to tnusa.com/RSBN. That's tnusa.com/RSBN.
Wow, you do those great.
Well, yes. And these are great sponsors of ours. That, they're the reason that we're here, and we get to talk about them all the time because they're so wonderful. But yes,
we appreciate them.
I don't even know most of my family members' numbers. I think I have my mom's number and my one brother's number memorized. But I know Tax Network USA. I know Birch Gold. I know all the big ones. So they're like family to us here at RSBN.
So it's been fun hanging out with you and my family. I know my brother Brad, my sister-in-law Jan, other members of my family, Rachel, my daughter, our son-in-law Mike, Zach, and Amber, Tony, and Amber too watching, family. But so many people who have been watching this, but to be able to walk around and to hear how many people say they watch you all the time, they love, of course, you guys, Right Side Broadcasting Network. It's a pleasure being a part of this today.
Well, we're happy to have you here and in your home state as well. And yes, welcome to this side of Right Side. We enjoy the crowds. That's my favorite, is meeting all of the people along the way. If I've met you, I have probably become your friend, and we're probably social media friends as well, because I just enjoy meeting the people. There are so many wonderful people in this country. On the mainstream networks, they'll talk about all the bad that's going on, and there's a lot in that situation, but there's a lot of good too. And I tell people all the time, I firmly believe there's more good in this country than there is bad.
So I was thinking while you were talking too about the good. So we saw Mike Lindell, but ahead of him was 7th Congressional District Congresswoman Michelle Fischbach. And 4 years ago, she was able to wrestle that CD7 away from Colin Peterson, longtime Democrat. And I know a good friend of mine, Jim Nelson, his brother passed away, and Jim talked about his brother Bill, that Michelle Fischbach was able to raise the flag above the Capitol and then gave a certificate and the flag. So I just want to thank Michelle on behalf of Jim Nelson and others that she's done that, and all the Congress members and senators who have done that.
That's just wonderful, and always a patriotic tribute to be had when you hear those stories. But yeah, she is here. We saw her walking ahead of Mike Lindell, and I'm sure they're going to be part of the pre-program. That's supposed to start here in about 15 to 20 minutes. Just got word on Twitter from Dan Scavino that President Trump, 45, is on his way to Minnesota right now. So we're excited to see President Trump tonight. Again, my first time to see him in person since Butler. And, this week I told my mom I'm excited to go. I'm always excited to go to any Trump rally. But I'm really excited to go because although I know he's okay, I've seen him at the RNC while I was anchoring in Alabama at the RSBN studio. I get to see him with my own eyes.
Right.
Last time I saw him with my own eyes, he was being carried away by Secret Service.
And bloody.
Yes, so I think that this is going to be some closure for me that I may need, and so I'm excited to see him tonight.
Absolutely, and he's excited to see all these Minnesotans. I told you earlier we call it Minnesota nice. You call it in the South from Texas and elsewhere, Southern hospitality. Is that everywhere throughout the South, or do you claim it in Texas?
I think it's everywhere in the South.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
My brother just graduated from Homeland Security's training, and the graduation was in Georgia, and that was early summer. And so my mom, myself, my baby, we all trekked it across the South because we had to drive several states to get to Georgia. And everywhere we stopped, the people were so nice, Mark. It's just a Southern thing. People are nice. Now, people are nice in other parts of the country as well, but in the South, we'll welcome you in and say, we have roast and rice and gravy and sweet tea on the table.
You hungry, y'all?
You hungry, y'all? Yes. But it's so funny. More than ever today, Mark, more than ever today, the crowd, when I would walk by, so many people said, "Where are you from? Are you from the South?" Because they can pick up my accent.
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm way
we love
up
it.
north now.
Absolutely. And vice versa. You can pick up a little northern accent too.
Absolutely, we can.
A long O, that's kind of...
It's fun. It's fun when you have different people from different parts of the country
Absolutely.
who, we talk a little different, but that's okay.
And I met somebody from San Diego today. I mean, there's people not only here in St. Cloud, central Minnesota, but a lot of people from the Twin Cities, about an hour drive up. But so many other people from other states, Iowa, South Dakota. I saw somebody from California who's here. So people are coming from all over. A lot of these people, travel and have been to many Trump rallies throughout the nation.
Absolutely, they have. You have the front row Joes. You have the wives who travel, and I think they're from North Carolina. They follow Trump everywhere they go. There are so many different people who have seen along the way. And like I mentioned earlier, we've become friends. They're like family members because we're always here together, and we're on social media. If I can't go to an event, they're at an event. If they're not at an event, I'm at the event. But we'll see each other at the next event. So it's just great. You did mention California.
Yes.
I want to say this. The last time I was in Nevada for a Trump rally in Las Vegas, it was this summer in the desert. Scorching hot, probably. I think you asked earlier what was the hottest rally I've been to.
That was probably.
Yes.
Yeah.
But it's okay. We survived the desert heat. But so many people from California were there. And they would tell me on air, too, don't give up on California. They are so tired of Governor Newsom, and he's become so left and so crazy with his ideas and what he wants for the state. People have had enough. They've had enough. And so there are a lot of conservatives in California who are standing up. Groups are being formed, teachers, parents, you name it. People are just fed up there in California, how he's opening the border as well, giving these illegals free health care, free housing. And you know how much it would be to live in Los Angeles in the Hollywood area.
Right.
I mean, to have a full-time job there. And look, years ago when I had, friends graduating college who would move to LA to be in the entertainment industry, there was 4 or 5 of them living in a 1-bedroom because they couldn't afford it.
Right. Oh.
But yet that they are, Governor Newsom's allowing these illegals to come in and live for free. It's just wrong.
It's not right, is it?
And the people of California are realizing that.
Unfortunately, we're seeing some leave California going to Texas, and we all hope and pray
California are Texas.
Well, don't vote blue, right?
Yes.
If you,
I would hope since they're leaving California, they don't
you
have
would
that
think,
mentality.
right?
Yes.
But
so yes, we are seeing a lot of people too move over into to Nevada. So I've met a lot of people who have just crossed the state line and are living right across the state line because they don't want to live in California anymore. So when you look at Governor Newsom and Kamala Harris, we just don't want that type of leadership running America.
So I was out in L.A. back in the 90s I'm a musician. I worked on an album out there and was signed to a record label. And a lot of my patriot conservative friends left L.A., Hollywood. They're out in Wyoming, Montana now. They've had enough. So,
absolutely.
Yeah.
And I don't know how people can honestly sit here with a straight face and say they haven't had enough. Like, I mean, you know, for anyone to be okay with the leftist ways these days makes you want to take a look at yourself in the mirror and think, I'm part of the problem. If you agree with their ways, it's just terrible. A reminder, Birch Gold Group, if you're looking to save for the future, the Birch Gold Group can help you do just that. Turn your existing IRAs or 401ks into precious gold. The Birch Gold Group has been in business for over 20 years, and they have thousands of satisfied customers. So, you know, we've seen with the recent news of Saudi Arabia and the decline in the dollar, you know, what happens if the U.S. dollar continues to diminish? We just can't afford that. So that's where you make sure you safeguard your money with gold, and the Birch Gold Group can get you on the right track with that. They have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. All you have to do to get in contact with them is text the word Trump.
How about that?
989898. Easy. You can't forget that. Text the word Trump to 989898. Birch Gold has earned my trust. I talked about it earlier. I've spoken to them. Great experts on the other end of the line to help you get on the right track. Again, text the word Trump to 989898. And we also want to remind you about Sticker Mule. Get your RSBN gear. We need to get you some RSBN gear.
Oh, how about that?
Sticker Mule with like the rest of us. Sticker Mule is where you can go get your RSBN gear. They have shirts. They have stickers, of course. Go there right now. Sticker Mule is the website. It's on your screen. Stickermule.com/RSBN. Stickermule.com/RSBN. T-shirts, keychains, everything you need to represent RSBN.
Yeah, great stuff. I'll have to check it out, too.
You will have to check it out, and that way you can get a keychain, put it on, and sport it like the rest of us.
Show it off to everyone.
Show off that RSBN keychain.
I'll make a lot of new friends because everybody loves RSBN, don't they?
Well, I hope that they do.
Yeah.
And we get a lot of fans here at the Trump events, and we are grateful for all of them and all of their support over the years and their support as we continue on through November. All right, we're just 10 minutes away or so from the pre-program starting. As you know, we'll have JD Vance here today. Excited to hear from him, and then the man in the arena.
That's right, Donald Trump. Hopefully number 47 back in office and trying to get everything right the ship, so to speak. The ship has been taking on water, let's say, over the past almost 4 years.
Yes, absolutely. And we are close to sinking. And so we need to make sure that we get all of that water out of the boat and get back to normal so we can set sail and get to our final destination. And that's saving America,
that's what it's all about, no doubt.
Absolutely. Another issue I know a lot of you are facing, because so many Americans are, it's paying off your bills, whether it is a monthly mortgage or if it is your light bill or if it's just gas and groceries. I mean, it's astronomical right now.
It is. And I told you earlier today, we've had people, when we've been at the grocery store, people picking up something and saying, thanks, Biden, yelling out Biden's name, realizing the inflation is impacting them and they know who to blame. Well, now it's going to be Harris.
Oh, yes. But it's the same thing as the Biden administration. Right. So you have, Dumb and Dumber up there who continue to, make Americans suffer. But American Financing is here to help you. They can help you save an average of $854 a month. We'll all take that. Think about that. $854 times 12 months a year. That's a lot of money you'll be saving if you get with American Financing. They can definitely help you save. They can tap into your home's equity and also wipe out high-interest credit card debt. Credit card interest rates are insane. As you know, a lot of people are living off credit cards right now, can't pay them off. So give them a call today. They will definitely help you with that, get you on the right track. Again, save an average of $854 a month. And they say if you call today, you may not have to pay your next month's mortgage.
Wow.
So Call them, talk to them about that. They'll do all of the calculations for you and see how they can help you. All you have to do is call 888-402-0299. Again, that's 888-402-0299. Or you can go online. That website is americanfinancing.net/RSBN. We were talking about the grocery store.
Yeah.
I had a family reunion this past week. And every day someone signed up to make lunch or make dinner because there was a big group of people. So I was over one of the meals for lunch, and, we just did links and chips. So I bought these, my mom and I bought these chips at the store. They were big bags, and we opened them up, and not even half the bag was full of chips.
Yeah.
So you're paying more for the bag of chips, but you're getting less chips.
Right.
And it was the same thing. I said out loud, thanks, Biden.
Sizeflation. They're shrinking everything. So,
yes, we've seen that in a lot of different food items that, it's less food, more money, or same size bag, but less product in the bag.
Yep. And in a way, you can't blame the manufacturers. Their costs, everything's going up, so they pass it on to the consumer. So we need some price stability with everything out there. And hopefully, again, Donald J. Trump, I'm sure we'll talk about that tonight.
Absolutely, he will. And on a programming note, I want to tell you before the pre-programming here starts at this event, that we have several events coming up next week. We have a JD Vance rally in Reno, Nevada.
Oh, great.
And then we also have a rally in Harrisburg coming up next week as well. So the Vance rally is Wednesday.
Okay.
And Tuesday in Reno, Nevada. So we'll have live coverage of that. JD Vance will be in Reno, Nevada on Tuesday. The very next day, we'll have a Trump rally. That's Wednesday in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. So mark down Tuesday for Vance, Wednesday for Trump. And this is huge. President Trump just announced today that he's going back to Butler.
I knew there was talk about it, so yeah.
To honor the fallen firefighter who lost his life, and also to honor the other victims of that senseless crime that happened just 2 weeks ago today. I think that's huge. I think that shows what kind of character he has. Class, absolutely. Yes. Strength. It shows President Trump, he's got a heart of gold, and he's not afraid to go back to the place where he was shot and a mass shooting occurred.
Did you see any of the video when the contrast when Donald Trump met with Benjamin Netanyahu and shaking hands strongly, welcoming at Mar-a-Lago, versus Biden and Harris separately meeting with Benjamin Netanyahu? The contrast, you can tell, it's almost like when Donald Trump pulled him in, like you're safe now.
Yeah.
That come January, when I'm back in office, you'll be safe once again, Israel.
Right, absolutely. It was good to see Benjamin Netanyahu at Mar-a-Lago this week. They talked about the progress toward a ceasefire deal, and also that's for Gaza, and also the release of hostages as well. So a lot of progress made in that meeting, and yet again, it is a big contrast between when Benjamin Netanyahu meets with President Trump and then also the Biden administration. So
Harris certainly... Kamala, she certainly didn't make him feel loved when the two met. It seemed like she was uncomfortable.
Well, I mean, and that's very unfortunate because Israel is one of our biggest allies.
Absolutely.
And we need Israel. Israel needs us, and they're one of our, best friends when it comes to other countries, and with the war going on there.
We need friends in the Middle East.
Yes, we do. Yeah. And so we need to come up with a ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas. Before this pre-program starts, I want to remind you about Angel Paste. Go to angelpaste.com. This product is amazing. It's a miracle cream that is made in Spring, Texas. I have friends that have ordered it after seeing it on RSBN, and they can't wait to make their second order. They're so excited about it. They say they love it, and I do too. I have some at home. Angel Paste is unlike any other cream that you'll find on the market. It'll help with wrinkles. And sunspots and bruises and scars, you name it, it'll make your skin look and feel so much better. Go to Angel Pace website. That is angelpace.com. Type in RSBN. Save yourself a little bit of money at checkout. And they also hire veterans.
Excellent. Again, we love our veterans.
Yes. Video of President Trump playing behind us. And real quick, too, I want to mention the Wellness Company. Get your medical emergency kit. It's always good to have those life-saving medications at your disposal when you need them. Dr. Peter McCullough and his team, they've been preaching the importance of health care for years, how you need to be protected. I've already used mine, Mark. It's come in handy. And here's how it works. So if you go online to makecaregreatagain.com and you order a product, it's like going to the doctor for the first time. You have to fill out what you're allergic to and you know, all of your information, all of your vitals. Well, they look at that, and before they send you the kit, they want to make sure you're not allergic to anything on the kit. Same case scenario here. So, but it doesn't take 5 minutes.
Wow.
Easy peasy. So make sure you go to makecaregreatagain.com, type in RSBN, save yourself some money there. I think the viewers want to see the screen behind us.
We can feel the energy.
Yes, we can. Love it. Let's take a look at the screen.
We will rout the fake news media, and we will liberate America from these villains once and for all.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome House Minority Leader Lisa Damuth to lead us in today's invocation.
Good evening, St. Cloud. Good evening, St. Cloud. As we stand here, united by our shared values and our commitment to our state and our great nation, we have this moment to pause and reflect. In times of challenge and in times of opportunity, we stand strong in our faith, our principles, and our community. In the Old Testament, there is a verse that is very relevant for today. That is 2 Chronicles 7:14. If my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven and will forgive their sin and will heal their land. Would you please, I invite you now to bow your head and turn our hearts toward prayer. Gracious God, we humbly come before you this evening at a unique time in history. We give you thanks for this country, a country founded on your truth and principles. We thank you for your grace, your blessing, and your miraculous protection. The words United States of America, yet it feels that we are far from being united. You are giving each of us an opportunity to stand for what is right, for truth and justice. Help us to work hard in the days ahead and not become weary. Give us strength and power to be the unifying force that this country is desperate for. We do not need to fear the evil that is so prevalent in the world. God, you tell us to not be overcome by evil, but overcome evil with good. It is time to stand boldly for the sanctity of life. It is time to protect our children. It is time to end addiction, and it is time for healing for those struggling with mental illness. And Lord, what do you require of us? You tell us to act justly, to love mercy, and to walk humbly with you, God. So tonight we are energized, We are hopeful and ready to do the work ahead. We are united, and we pray this together in the holy and powerful name of Jesus. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Deputy Chair of the Minnesota Republican Party, Donna Bergstrom, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Hello, Patriots. What a privilege it is for me, a retired Marine Lieutenant Colonel, to be joining with you to offer this Pledge of Allegiance. Joining together, it unites us with those who have pledged in the past. It joins us together with those here in the arena, and it connects us with those who will come after us to offer their pledge as well. So I see many of our military already posed. If you are not, please put your right hand over your heart and say your pledge with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. God bless America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Isabella Molitor to sing our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Representative Bernie Perryman.
Let freedom ring, let the white dove sing, let the whole world know that today is the day of reckoning. Let the weak be strong, let the right be wrong. Roll the stone away, guilty hands, Independence Day. Well, she lit up the sky that 4th of July.
We'll get this in a good spot. How's everybody tonight? Yeah! So hello, everyone. Hello, St. Cloud, and hello, Minnesota. My name is Bernie Perryman, and I'm a business owner for the last 25 years. Business owners, give me a hoo-ah. And people who love businesses and business owners, give me another hoo-ah. That's what I like to hear. I personally know how hard it has been for businesses to survive and revive, since the pandemic especially. Many employers and employees are still struggling, and I can't forget the businesses who had to close their doors. It all started by the power of the Democrat government leaders heaping on regulations and mandates onto businesses. It started with that. We can't let it happen again. Government decided what businesses were essential and were not essential. Who can do that? And who gives them the power to do that? I don't think we did, and they did it. We are all essential. We are all essential, and every day, you and I and Minnesota makes a difference, and don't forget that. Using the words of President Ronald Reagan, do you think you are better off today than 4 years ago when these bad things started? I don't think so either. We are all struggling with unprecedented inflation. A loaf of bread, $6. A dozen eggs, $7. Gas here in Minnesota, almost $3.60 a gallon. Are these luxury expenses? I don't think so, and they shouldn't be. The costs of living are rising faster than what our budgets and wallets can keep up with. Government is making business owners balance additional federal and state mandates that are burdensome to creating jobs. Also, to increasing employee benefits and investing in our communities. The mandates passed today will have great consequences in the future. Not all businesses can absorb the unfunded mandate costs in the same way. All of us will again be affected by rising costs and on hiring additional employees. It will be a strain on all businesses. Retaining a quality workforce is already difficult and now becomes an issue of hiring or do you fire? It is an issue to comply or close your doors. That stops hiring altogether. I know that you all know this, but maybe we need to remind some of those Democrat policy makers. Thriving communities leads to strong jobs and economic growth. Please take that away, is that thriving communities, which we all want to be, leads to strong jobs and economic growth. What must stop is big government. What must stop is increasing inflation. What must stop are the unconstitutional, unfunded mandate fees and increasing taxes. What must stop are the barriers placed on job creators. So I finished this, that now is our time. Now is Minnesota's time. And everyone in this room, we all need the courage. We need courage. We need to speak up for our rights and personal values. It is the time to do that. Remember, we are the people. We are the people. We must stand united. We must be stronger together. And as I saw on the screen behind me, be an agent for change. Time that you all step up and be an agent for change. Our country and our state, Minnesota, is worth fighting for. Our country in Minnesota is worth praying for. I thank you. God bless you. God bless legislators. God bless Minnesota. God bless everybody. Thank you. Stand up, everyone. Let's tell them. Let St. Paul hear us. Let St. Paul hear us. Let's get Washington, D.C. to hear us. Tell them, fight, 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 fight,
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Shannon Owen, wife of a fallen hero, Pope County Sheriff's Deputy Josh Owen.
Is everybody excited to have Trump back in the office? Woo! All right, on the other note. On April 15th, 2023, my husband was murdered. It was his birthday. We were having a steak dinner, and I know he couldn't afford, but he hated his birthday, so I knew a way to a man's heart was through his stomach. So he didn't complain. We were almost through dinner and he got the call. We hugged, kissed, said that we loved each other, and I'll see you later for birthday cake. 20 minutes later, the police were at my door. I knew by the look on his face that something was really bad. I knew, but being a mother with my son watching me, I had to pull it together. Trying to be strong at the time, I didn't know for sure what was going on, but I knew that night when the road lit up blue all the way to the hospital and all the way back from my house. No one can imagine the pain of telling your child that their dad isn't coming home. Having to tell a bad man that killed your dad at the age of 10. Sometimes you have to put yourself in other people's shoes to truly understand the pain and grief. Josh will never be forgotten. I will not move on, but I will move forward. With the story of so many forgotten, we can tell that happened. We need change, we need support for our law enforcement and first responders. And I know that people can do that. And I know that Trump and Michelle Fischbach can help us do that. Michelle Fischbach has been there for me every step of the way, and I just love her. We can't change anything if we keep following what's going on. We can't keep following the weak. Let's grow together and be stronger. We need to do better. And I'm with you, Trump and Fischbach. I got your back. I know we can do this together, but we can't let people that are in there now keep taking them down. Our officers and first responders need us. If we don't have them, we don't have anything, and we need to be safe. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Mike Lindell.
Wow, thank you all. Thank you all for all your support these last few years. And today I'm proud to welcome to to our great state of Minnesota, our real president, Donald J. Trump. In 2017, I gave a speech where I said, everybody loves our president, some just don't know it yet. Well, after last week or 2 weeks ago, when our great real president got shot and he got up and said, fight, 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 I think the last person that was on the fence has come over to our bucket of common sense. Donald Trump has become the biggest uniter of we the people in history. Let's go. I want to take you back to December of 2019, where all of our lives had improved no matter what your baseline was. It was the highest consumer confidence in history, lowest unemployment. There were common sense solutions for problems that benefited all people. When he solved the problems, it helped all people, not just someone in a party. And of course, then the evil gave us the China virus and the 2020 election. Well, over the last 3.5 years, the nonsensical destruction of our country has opened everybody's eyes. We're on to the fake media. But this nonsensical destruction, when politicians do things that don't help any people, they don't help liberal conservatives, they don't help Democrats or Republicans, they don't help anybody of the people, there's a very evil agenda behind that. And it's a hidden agenda, and this is what we're up against right now. We've spent the last 3.5 years that I have been and my teams working to secure our election platforms. 132 countries either don't use or have banned electronic voting machines. Over 100 countries have banned mail-in voting, including France, Mexico, Sweden, Italy, Belgium, Russia, Japan. All the Mideastern countries, all the Latin countries have banned mail-in voting. Well, here in the USA, we have the worst election platforms in the world. It is the cheating capital of the world. And here in Minnesota, we're right in the front of the pack on that. We have 45 days of mail-in and early voting. You can drop off ballots for other voters, up to 3 people. It's so corrupt. But here's what you can all do. We have a great plan. You can request your mail-in ballot, and you can do this in every state. Request your mail-in ballot and secure it. Get it off them dirty voter rolls and hang on to it. Don't open it. When you go to vote on election day and you get in there and they say that you voted, you pull it out and you said, no, I have not voted. It then becomes identity theft. It's like if somebody takes your identity. We didn't have this stuff. It went on in 2020 and 2022, but we didn't have this, and we need this. We need this data and for this to secure this election and to eventually get to paper ballots hand counted. You guys can check all this out at my platform, frankspeech.com, and learn all about it. That's frankspeech.com. And our great real president has said when he gets into office, he's going to go to same-day voting, paper ballots, hand-counted, signature required, and voter ID. But we've got to get him in there. And as he says, too big to rig. You just heard him on the recording there. We've got to vote, vote, vote. We've got to get everyone out and campaign to everyone you know. Every single day on social media, do tell your friends, you go in person, do whatever you can do. If you want to personally get involved, go to Trump47.com. That's it. If you want to get out there and help out there, Trump47.com. Well, God has had his hand in all of this, everybody. And we need to thank God that he protected our great real president 2 weeks ago when he was shot. With God, all things are possible, and each and every one of us has been called for such a time as this. We all have choices, and today I call on each and every one of you to be courageous and do everything you can to help our great real President Donald J. Trump get elected. And people tell me all the time, they say, Mike, I did a speech at the Rose Garden, it seems like a long time ago, and I said God had given us grace for such a time as this, and people come up to me all the time and they say, this doesn't feel like grace. Well, I'm here to tell you, God has given us grace and more time for the greatest revival for Jesus Christ the world has ever seen. God bless you all.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage President of the National Border Control Council, Paul Perez.
Build that wall. How many of you guys love that? Build the wall. We endorsed President Trump in March of 2016 when he was then candidate President Trump. He came down to the border. He was the first candidate to come down the border and meet with the frontline agents. He knew that the border was chaotic. And what do we have now? He gave a playbook to border czar Kamala Harris. All she had to do was nothing. Kamala Harris, border czar. Joke. So I come to you guys from South Texas, Kingsville. I work in the Rio Grande Valley. Been there 27 years. Got a wonderful wife, a daughter graduating college soon, a daughter-in-law in college, and a son in the Army. I'm a veteran, so I support our troops. I support the military. And we know that Donald Trump has been the best supporter of our military as well. Right now, on the international stage, because of the administration that's currently in power, the United States walks around with a sign on its back that says, "Kick me." With President Donald Trump and JD Vance in office, that sign's gonna say, "Kicking ass and taking names." Under this administration on the border, we have released millions and millions of people into your communities. We've allowed the cartels, this administration has allowed the cartels to bring record numbers of fentanyl, which are killing our communities. Under President Trump, day one, he's going to implement the biggest deportation operation, and we're going to take back our country. We're a democracy. This November, you have a choice. You can get a secure border, or you can leave it chaotic like it is. More people are going to die. I lost a friend and coworker almost 10 years ago on August 3rd, 2014. He was shot and killed by 2 illegal immigrants in front of his family while he was trying to defend them from an armed robbery. Javier Vega Jr. will not have died in vain. We will take back this country. You can choose strength or you can choose weakness. If you think that this country is in a good place, do me a favor. Go to your doctor. He's going to tell you there's something wrong with you, and if he doesn't, tell him to put his hat out of his ass. Because this country needs Donald J. Trump. We need him. Build the wall. Thank you, Minnesota. Love you guys. Build that wall.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Congressman Tom Emmer.
Good evening. Are you ready? Yeah, we can have energy because guess who's going to be here? Donald J. Trump is coming. I can't wait to welcome our 45th and soon to be 47th President and Vice President of the United States, Donald J. Trump and JD Vance. The past few weeks have shown us how pivotal this election really is. From an assassination attempt against President Trump to liberal elites pushing Biden off the ballot behind closed doors, we've seen what great lengths people are willing to go to put a stop to our America First agenda. But I've got news for them. They've only made us stronger and more united. That's the message our Republican Party sent to the world at our convention. And that's the same message we're going to carry with us throughout the next 100 days as we fight to turn Minnesota red for the first time in 50 years. It's no secret. The policies of the Harris-Biden administration have wreaked havoc across our great state. And now that Kamala Harris is the Democrats' presumptive nominee, she doesn't just represent a continuation of the failed policies. She represents the Democrats' total embrace of the most radical elements of their party. Look no further than Harris's support for things like Medicare for all, the Green New Scam, and defund the police. Or look at her tenure as Biden's border czar, where a known terrorist was allowed to cross the southern border illegally and roam our country freely for nearly a year before being arrested in Minneapolis. She even promoted a bail fund that put criminals back onto our streets, one of which went on to murder someone in St. Paul. Our media is not going to be able to cover that up. It's no wonder. To make matters worse, the word on the street is that Kamala Harris has Governor Tim Walz on her vice presidential list. Yeah. It's no wonder that he's being considered. He has tried to turn Minnesota into Kamala Harris's home state of California for the past 6 years. But Minnesotans know better than anyone. Walz is an empty suit who should not be allowed anywhere near the White House. There's only one solution to prevent the nightmare that would ensue from any kind of Harris administration, and that is electing Donald J. Trump and JD Vance in November. They are the only leaders who will energize our economy, secure our borders, and make our streets safer. With Donald Trump and JD Vance in charge, we will get our country back on track, and we will make America great again. May God bless America. May God bless Minnesota. May God bless Donald J. Trump and his family. Thank you.
Start of the climb, faced with an army of vipers and lions. I had to keep on reaching up, cause it was my time to tear down the kingdom, call out the liars. Got a jail on my heart from the pessimist, got those nails in my mouth for impressionists.
From the very first day that we take back the White House from crooked Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of our country, I believe that we're going to have 4 of the greatest years in the history of our country. I will once and for all secure our elections. We're going to go to paper ballots. We're going to have same-day voting, voter ID. We're going to do it properly. We're going to have good, secure, beautiful elections. We never want what happened in 2020 to happen again. But until then, Republicans must win. And we must use every appropriate tool available to beat the Democrats. They are destroying our country. Whether you vote early, absentee, by mail, or in person, we are going to protect the vote. That's the most important thing we have to do, is protect the vote. Keep your eyes open, because these people want to cheat, and they do cheat. And frankly, it's the only thing they do well. We will make sure your ballot is secure and your voice is heard. Many Republicans like to vote on Election Day, and we must swamp the radical Democrats with massive turnout on Tuesday, November 5th. The way you win is to swamp them. If we swamp them, they can't cheat. It just doesn't work out. But if you can't make it, you need to make a plan, register, and vote any way possible. We got to get your vote. So with your vote, we will win a victory the likes of which no one has ever seen before. We will evict crooked Joe Biden from the White House, and we will take back our country on November 5th, 2024, the most important day in the history of our country. That's what it's going to go down as. Thank you.
Minnesota. What an amazing pre-show, Mark. And I think what touched me the most was the story of the woman whose husband passed away, was shot and killed in the line of duty.
Yeah, absolutely. He was a Polk County, Minnesota deputy, Josh Owen. He went to a community called Cyrus in Polk County on a Sunday. It was his birthday. Went for a domestic, got shot. He was a canine deputy handler as well, but it just clipped his bulletproof vest and hit a vital organ, and he died. So
unfortunate, very sad story, and I think she tugged on the heartstrings of everyone here in this arena tonight. Got a standing ovation multiple times, and her speech, her story, most importantly, shows how important it is that we need law and order back in our country and not a Kamala Harris administration. Now, be expecting tonight that the Trump campaign will release a new video slamming pro-criminal Kamala for supporting Minnesota Freedom Fund-backed criminals. And we can talk more about that in a minute. But Kamala, as you know, she's got soft on crime policies. And so there are criminals that she wants to release from jail and has released from jail. These criminals who should serve lots of time for the heinous acts that they have done. And you hear this story from this widow about her husband being murdered in the line of duty. And it's just so important when you hear those stories that it really resonates with you how important it is to back the blue, not defund the police like Kamala wants to do.
So I, again, am on the Douglas County Sheriff's Posse. We had the honor of parking vehicles for the Josh Owen funeral. And we saw, as we're waving in agencies, not only all over Minnesota, but the Dakotas, Iowa, Wisconsin, Michigan, but as far away as New York, all paying their respect for one of their brothers who died in the line of duty. It was a moving experience.
Well, it was good to see her today, a smile on her face, yet teary-eyed at times as well. And he also left behind children. Look who's behind us, Mike Lindell.
Mike.
Hello, Mike. Good to see you. Okay, before we start talking, so good to see you. I have to tell you, I have a little 2-year-old at home, 2.5, and when your commercials come on, I don't care if he's reading a book, playing with toys, he stops what he's doing, runs to the TV, yeah, and he just stares at you. So if you can say hi to little Marty for me.
Little Marty? Hey, Marty, how you doing? You're looking good. I knew you would.
Yes, and he loves my pillow as well, but he loves Mike Lindell. We all do. What's been going on? How have you been?
Oh, it's been tough the last about 9 months since I announced our plan to secure our elections. My pillow's been attacked worse than any company in the history of the world. So I've been very busy there trying to always right the boat and get, I'm sure you see stuff come out in the news all the time. They just keep attacking. They don't want secure elections. They don't want. They want their voting machines. So I've been very busy there. I've been very busy with the plan to secure elections. Like I announced today, everybody needs to secure that mail-in vote. Don't open it, and when you go to vote, and they say you haven't, or that you've already voted, you say, "No, I have not." And you can check that all out at lindellplan.com or frankspeech.com. I've been very busy with my platform now. My great friend Lou Dobbs died, though, that a week or so ago, and him and I would strategize every day. But we got Rudy Giuliani over there now, so we got a great lineup every night on Lindell or on Frank Speech TV. So looking forward to that. You'll hear a lot about that coming up.
Wonderful. We always talk to the crowds before we come inside here on RSBN. And today, everyone was asking about you, asking if Mike Lindell has been here. Where has Mike Lindell been? And I'll just tell him he's a busy man. We have November coming up, just over 100 days away. How can you ease the minds of people? There's been a big fight, and you've led the pack to make sure our elections are secure come November.
Right. Yeah, I just want to tell everybody, go to lindellplan.com. That'll ease your mind. Get involved there. Get the Frank Social app I have. Go get the Frank Speech and Frank Social app. you're going to see we're doing everything we can. 3.5 years of over hundreds and hundreds of thousands of man hours. I have over 300,000 people in all 50 states. We work tirelessly, whether it be lawsuits or stopping illegal stuff being put into play in our elections. And also we're going to be watching them. And you can all do your part by getting that mail-in ballot secured, and then when you go in to vote, it becomes identity theft. It's another kind of evidence we didn't have at the county level. And on election night, you're going to be able to go to your county and see how many people in your county went to vote, and they said they already voted. And it's really important that everyone does that. And I'll tell you, I believe that because now our president, our great real president, is polling so high that the deviations are going to be unheard of. And if somebody gave us China virus 2.0 in August, nobody would put up with it. We wouldn't put up with the mask, or here in Minnesota, being, you can only have 8 people in your house for Thanksgiving, or 12 for Christmas, or how about you eat out in a snowbank? We're not going to put up with that when we want. Just like we won't put up with these deviations in our elections. We're not going to let a Pennsylvania turn in their votes again and having more votes, or turn in their electors by having more votes than voters. I mean, it's not going to happen. And now, in order for them to take this election, they would have to steal another 10 million votes. That's 25 million votes. And, of course, they have all the tools out there. We haven't got rid of all the machines. We still have all this mail-in voting and all this garbage. But we've got it secured enough. I really believe our great real president will get in, and then look out. We're going to be the example to the world of what elections should be.
Absolutely. I have one more question, and then I'm going to let Mark step in. Y'all can talk about Minnesota. 2 weeks ago today, Butler, President Trump shot. Where were you, and have you talked to him since?
I have not talked to him since. I did text him, told him I loved him, and praying for him that day it happened. I was actually landing in Texas, and I got a text from someone. I didn't have a signal yet. It said, Donald Trump's been shot in the head, and I just and I'm just stunned. I'm going, you're shot in the head. I mean, I just imagine the worst. It was like I lost the best friend I've ever had. I just started crying. Well, then as I landed, everyone's texting me going, he put his arm up and he yelled, fight, fight, fight. And it was like epic for me. It was just like, thank you, God. My prayers. It's like my prayers were answered in real time. And it was just a divine miracle that happened there. And, God's got his hand in all of this. And I said that in my speech today. We've got all these things that are happening. We're going to get to this great place, and we're going to look back, and everything had to happen the way it did in order to open people's eyes and get people, our country turned its back on God a long time ago. And now these people are getting their eyes open. Even all the fake media here, nobody believes them anymore. What they say, you kind of go the opposite. I could really do something myself, and I probably wouldn't even get attacked by the real people out there. They go, oh, they're lying again. They're lying again,
And I think, you're absolutely right that God is showing his face. When you look at President Trump and the divine intervention, he's saying, I'm here. I'm going to protect this nation, and I firmly believe he will.
Absolutely. And one of the pictures, everybody talks about the picture with the flag. And I'd like to talk about the one where it's coming from underneath, and he's down there, the Secret Service are on him, and he's like this, almost like praying. And you can almost feel God talking to him, saying, it's going to be okay. I got you. And that, so I can't wait when I do talk to him. I'll be talking to him today. And
I'll tell him his friends at RSBN and the viewers love him. I'm going to step aside. Be careful. We're nearing the edge over here. But in the meantime, I'll let you talk to Mark. But in the meantime, my mom texts me and she says, Marty ran to the TV when he heard your voice. I told you.
Everybody knows Mike Lindell.
Marty, use promo code RSBN at mypillow.com.
Like Donald Trump says, you're the best pitch man. You negotiate great deals. Mike, it's been a while since we spoke. I work radio too and TV, and I can remember when you would go fair to fair here in Minnesota selling your pillows. Every bed of ours has 2 or 3 pillows. We've got the small ones, the big ones. We do it for birthday gifts, for Christmas. My wife has bought slippers. You had a good life, but you decided you wanted to help along with Donald Trump. You stepped down, much like Donald Trump, too. He could have lived in Trump Towers, Mar-a-Lago, but you decided, as a good Minnesotan, a fellow Minnesotan, what made you decide? I know you're a man of faith.
It was this, after the 2020 election, you got to remember, I was a former crack addict. I had never voted in my life. I didn't think politics affected me, right? Well, I met Donald Trump in 2016 in a divine appointment, and I said, wow, he'll make the greatest president ever if he does all these things. Well, then you get up to, of course, we went all in. I became great friends with him. Well, in 2020, after November 4th, when everything stopped in its stand, over the next 2 months in November and December, I went all in looking for what happened. Those were deviations that didn't make sense. And when I got all the voter rolls from around the country, every place I looked, whether it was here in Minnesota or Wisconsin or certain counties, Nevada, every place had voters that voted that didn't live there. And that bothered me. I couldn't imagine 5,000 people here in Minnesota going, hey, who's with me? Let's go into Wisconsin and vote for Biden. It didn't make sense, right? It had to be something bigger. And when I was given my evidence on January 9th of 2021, I would expect anybody that would have gotten that, because it was the answers to everything that happened. And then I just felt, I was never going to stop talking and never going to shut up about it. I can't let it go. I can't unsee what I've seen and unknow what I know, And God's had my back on all this. I mean, my company's been absolutely destroyed, just taken, they've canceled us. They went after my employee-owned company. That's a shame, but the other mainstream media, those fake news, they always ask me, like the Washington Post, would you change your mind now, knowing now what you know then? I said, absolutely not. I will never stop fighting for our great country. I said, I wouldn't have a company anyway if we don't secure our elections.
Well, Mike, thank you so much for what you do. You're a true patriot. God bless you, and thanks. What an amazing story. You talked about being a crackhead to giving your life to the Lord, and I know he's going to continue to redeem you.
Yes, and with God, all things are possible. I told everyone that today, and I want to thank your listeners. RSBN's been with me since the beginning with my pillow and supporting us, and that gives me a chance to go out and do everything I'm still doing, fighting for the country, because I couldn't do that if I'm sitting back there trying to protect my company every day. And their support has meant the world to us. Promo code RSBN.
Yeah, you're a good promo guy. Thanks, Mike. Appreciate it. God bless you, too. Yeah, he's an amazing guy, Vanessa. And when you think back to what he's gone through, he could have easily just kind of cruised along and lived his life, but he put everything on the line. Again, like our founders of this nation, put everything on the line to bring freedom to this nation. And he, Donald Trump, many others have stepped out on a limb, knowing that the true glory will come later on.
Absolutely, it will. And so, Mike Lindell, the people know that he's fighting for us, and so that's why when he comes in, the crowd always roars, because they're so thankful for him and everything he does for our country and election integrity. Don't forget Birch Gold Group. These experts in the field of gold can help you with your IRAs and 401ks and rolling those over to gold-backed IRAs. Contact the Birch Gold Group. All you have to do is text the word Trump to 989898. Again, text the word Trump to 989898. You'll receive a free information kit, no obligation information kit. And you'll also get a phone call from one of the representatives who are so genuine to talk to, very knowledgeable in their field. They have over 20 years of experience at the Birch Gold Group. And they have helped tens of thousands of customers. And they are so happy. We get rave reviews from this organization. Birch Gold has earned my trust. I know that they will earn your trust as well. Countless 5-star reviews from their customers. So protect your savings with gold before the dollar plunges any further. As you know, in June, the U.S. dollar just was hit when Saudi Arabia did not renew its 50-year petrodollar deal with the U.S. Since 1974, Saudi Arabia has sold oil solely in U.S. dollars. And that was huge to our global economic dominance. Now they want options other than the U.S. dollar. So we cannot have the U.S. dollar decline anymore. That's why it's so important to invest in gold. And you can do that with the Birch Gold Group. Text the word Trump to 989898. You hear the crowd getting rowdy behind us. That's because Mike Lindell is getting
And we're
going to
bring in Congresswoman Michelle Fischbach. Hi, Congresswoman. How are you?
I am doing well. I'm excited to be here. This is great.
We've known each other a long time. You've done a great job. You were a lieutenant governor at one time, too. And a mutual friend, Bill Ingebretson, a shout out to him. He talks so highly. Thought you would be great as a Congresswoman. And I know you have a primary challenge, but Donald Trump supports you. We see the ads, encouraging people to back you.
Yep. Oh, we're very excited. I'm honored to have Donald Trump's endorsement for the congressional seat, and I am looking forward to working with President Donald Trump when he gets back to the White House, because we are going to do great things for the American people.
I know you're out on the road. What are you hearing? I see Fischbach, I see Trump signs in unison up and down I-94, the interstate. I don't see any Biden or now Harris at all. It's you and, of course, Donald Trump.
You know, people understand what the Biden-Harris administration did to this country. We're talking inflation, people having a hard time buying groceries. They don't back the blue. You know, we had Shannon Owen talking today about losing her husband in the line of duty. People know. People understand what the Biden-Harris administration did to this country, and they are looking forward to having Donald J. Trump back in the White House.
Of course, you, again, a lot of credit goes to you. You were able to wrestle a long time, 28-year Democrat in Colin Peterson, put him so-called out to pasture. He's been a farmer. But you were able to get that seat away from him. CD7, of course, always has been a conservative district, but Colin the fence, said he was a blue dog Democrat and was able to win for 28 years. You were able, though, and again, you had a lot of backing. You were able to raise the funds to able to get that seat back.
We put together the coalition we needed to. We got people believing in the fact that we could win that seat back. And like you said, we raised the money, we found the volunteers, and we brought it together. But I think one of the big things is we were able to let people know that Colin heads straight. You know, he always called himself a conservative Democrat. But you know what? He was supporting the Nancy Pelosi agenda. And that's what the people are sick of. And I know that the Nancy Pelosi agenda looks a lot like the Biden-Harris agenda, because it has a lot to do with Green New Deal. It has a lot to higher taxes. It has a lot to do with inflation. And so I am excited to continue that. Not only did we flip that seat, but we are going to make sure we take back the White House.
We have a mutual friend in Jim Nelson and Shelley Nelson. I was with Jim yesterday, and he took a picture, had me take a picture. You honored his brother, who'd passed away, also a Marine, 2 Marines. You care deeply, but you flew a flag in honor of his brother, Bill. You care deeply about our veterans, don't you?
Oh, I care deeply about our veterans. I care deeply about our law enforcement. Both of those groups of people have done so much for our country, particularly veterans. And we are together today because of what they've done for us. I mean, there are a lot of countries where you can't gather like this and support a president and say the things you want to say, or you give your opinion. And so we owe it so much to them. And I will just say to Jim Nelson, he has been such a wonderful stalwart, working so hard to promote Republican and conservative ideals.
He's a worker, isn't he? Once a Marine, always a Marine, right?
Absolutely. That guy and he never leaves anyone behind.
Yeah, for sure. Also, you are so solid, and your husband, pro-life. You both have worked so hard. If anyone has any doubt, you guys are both solid on that issue. I know a lot of campaign material talks about how, are you almost 100% voting conservative, voting in line? I mean, NRA and everything else.
I have a very strong conservative voting record. I have the endorsement of the NRA. I have the endorsement from National Right to Life. I have the endorsement from Susan B. Anthony pro-life. All kinds of, and I have one of the most conservative voting records, and I didn't realize this until last weekend. My voting record is more conservative than Jim Jordan's.
Wow, how about that? We love Jim Jordan. Well, you got to love Michelle Fischbach, too.
Yes, and and I think that, but our district is conservative, and that's what I'm doing, is going and representing our district and making sure that our voices are heard.
When you're out there, what do you think is the number one issue? We know certainly we hear a lot of border talk, but we also hear a lot about the crowd's going nuts. This is fun watching it. They're doing the wave out here. It's like being at a Vikings game or a Twins game over the years, but that's kind of a Minnesota.
Conservative Vikings game.
Right, absolutely. But what are you hearing? What do you think is the number one issue, Michelle, when you're out there? Is it the border? Is it inflation? Is it a civil society with our law enforcement? What would you say?
I'll say what I hear a lot about is, and I think they're about equal. I think inflation and border. Because people, it's hard to get away from inflation because you go and the groceries cost more every single day, and they cost more, and your gas costs more. But they also understand that the border is, with the illegals flooding across the border, it's ruining the country. And so I think people see that, and so much of the other stuff falls in line. We need strong law enforcement to make sure that those illegals are caught. And so there's a lot going on with that. But that's what I hear about mostly. Is I hear about inflation and I hear about the border.
Well, I want to let you go so you can maybe do the wave, Michelle.
Well, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Always great to see you. And I am just so excited. This is, it's great to have Donald J. Trump and JD Vance in St. Cloud. And we are going to go forward and we are going to win Minnesota for Trump this fall.
You're feeling pretty confident?
Feeling really good about it.
I love it. Wouldn't that be nice? Turn it red?
Absolutely. Like Tom Emmer said, we are going to make history.
We are. Thanks, Michelle.
Thank you very much.
Congresswoman Michelle Fischbach, CD7, Congressional District 7. The crowd is going crazy here doing the wave. That was fun.
Yes, it was fun. A big wave here from Minnesota to all of you. They are rowdy. They're excited. And got this under control, the party. They started it here on the backside and got the crowd involved all around this arena. It holds 6,000 people plus standing room only right now, the overflow crowd. We're on where the ice would be. We're actually on the hockey arena floor where the ice would be. If we want to do another interview, there's lots of representatives.
Dave, you want to come in here?
Yep.
Congressman Finstad, right?
Oh, yeah. Well, we've got another congressman. I know Dave well, Dave Fitzsimmons, and of course he's helping out your campaign as well, Brad Finstad, CD1, right?
That's right, 21 counties in southern Minnesota.
Yeah, and how are things looking when you're out there? Of course, it's a tough district, but you've been able to do well there.
Common sense drives the day. At the end of the day, we're kind of salt-of-the-earth people. We're farmers, we're small business owners, we're welders, we're manufacturers. We also have the Mayo Clinic and home of innovation. And so I think what I hear day in and day out, what people are really sensing and telling me that they feel, it's just family pocketbook issues. It's the price of gas, it's the price of milk, it's the price of eggs, it's feeding their family. It's just everyday things that they're feeling, and we need to change.
So, Brad, when you're out there, too, I asked Congresswoman Michelle Fischbach, too, what are you hearing out there? What's the number one issue here in Minnesota? She, of course, in western Minnesota, good chunk from the Canadian border, almost all the way down, to Iowa. Nearly all that. You south of the metro area, kind of that southeastern corner of the state. What are you hearing the big issues?
Yeah, it's those family pocketbook issues. It's how we've been, crippled with inflation. We've seen, just 4 years ago, we saw $1.80 gas. We were a net exporter of energy. We were a net exporter of our agriculture products. And right now we have an ag trade deficit. So we're not finding more people that want to buy our ag products. We're paying more for our gas. We're not producing as much oil or natural gas. And that's what families are telling me. They just feel it in their pocketbook. They don't like the idea that the answer is more government and less freedom. They want the opportunity just to, live the American dream right there on their farm or in their small business in southern Minnesota.
I've said this a couple of times on the air, but kind of worthwhile reinforcing this. My wife and I were grocery shopping, and we've heard this other times too. People pick up an item, see the price, the sticker shock. I've heard people in the grocery store aisle yelling out, "Thanks, Biden." Well, now it can be thank you, Harris. More than likely, she'll probably pick up the endorsement here and get the nomination. But they know who to blame, don't they?
Well, it's clear. It's clear that whether it's President or Vice President Harris or whoever it is, they're going to own the Biden agenda. They're going to own the results. And, I tell everyone that this election is about results and a resume. President Trump has proven what kind of leader he is. He showed us an economy that works, a pro-America economy, an economy that drives people towards that American dream.
Stuck by Mike Lindell.
Yeah, the American dream is still alive and well, and President Trump represents that.
What made you want to get into politics? I mean, you came from a great family. Was it your dad, your mom? I look back, my family. I give everything not only to God, but also to my parents, having such great parents. Can you kind of look back at that too?
I am Southern Minnesota, and that's my story. My grandfather, Norwegian conservative grandfather, said that our faith calls us to leave everything on the field. You change your backyard and make sure it's better than how you found it. And fast forward, my wife and I are, blessed with 7 children. And I ask myself, what are we leaving them? Are we leaving them a better country? Are we leaving them a better backyard? Quite frankly, I don't want to do this job. I was living my happily ever after. We need more everyday farmers, business owners,
common
sense people that serve our country, and that's what I'm willing to do. I tell people that I think I'm called to live comfortably uncomfortable, and we need to restore that, that truth, that God is truth, and there is a moral compass in this country, and we need to abide to it.
Keep up the good fight there. Thanks for being here. Isn't this exciting?
It's electric. It's fun to be here.
Yeah, thank you so much, Congressman Brad Finstad. Again, good Norwegian from CD1. A lot of Scandinavians in this part of the country, a lot of good Germans, Irish, and others. But my ancestors came here back originally on my mom's side, back in the 1630s.
Wow, and we were talking about that earlier, the high population here in Minnesota, correct?
I'm sorry?
We were talking about that earlier, the high population in Minnesota of this, is it Scandinavian?
Absolutely. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, a lot of Andersons and Johnsons and Nelsons, Finstad there, Nelsons, Pearsons, you name it. Yeah, a lot. Do you have a lot down in Texas, too?
Not that I know of. We don't have as many as they do here in Minnesota. I know we have a population there, but probably more here in Minnesota.
Yeah, for sure.
We want to reiterate that today you're going to hear a lot about Kamala Harris coming from President Trump, her soft on crime policies, how she has said that these illegal aliens who come across our border are not criminals, in her words. So you're going to hear from President Trump and JD Vance a lot about protecting our police during the next administration, because she clearly does not back the blue and wants to defund the police. So a new ad came out today from the Trump campaign regarding this. So I think that's more of the theme tonight, is how President Trump wants to back the blue. And we did have that widow who spoke earlier, who has a husband, was a
Shannon,
fallen officer.
Owen, her husband Joshua, and a deputy on a Sunday afternoon went to a domestic. He had a couple other law enforcement. It was his birthday, and he got shot and killed. Just a tragic situation, and Shannon delivered an emotional message here. I've had a chance, honor to talk to her a few times, and lovely family. She and her son dealing with no longer having a husband and a father coming home.
You know, and I was just thinking about her just a minute ago while you were conducting an interview, because she really tugged on our heartstrings. And so while she feels the support here tonight, she still has to go home tonight to an empty house. And so I know she feels the love, but while everyone here is going home to their families, she's going home to an empty house, and to raise children she'll have to raise on her own as a single mother, and so that's an empty feeling she'll feel for the rest of her life. So our thoughts and prayers are with her, as well as the widows of all of the other fallen officers
absolutely.
and military as well, veterans. We've got to back our brave men and women who serve. Going off of that topic regarding the soft on crime policies from Kamala Harris, here are just a few of the criminals Kamala wanted released back into our cities and neighborhoods. This is coming from the Trump campaign. Donovan Boone, who was charged with invading the home of his ex-girlfriend and strangling her. Kamala wants him back on the streets. One other name, Christopher Boswell, a twice convicted rapist who was charged with kidnapping, assault, and sexual assault in 2020. The list is long. I'll tell you about Thomas Mosley. Mosley was arrested for damaging a police station, drug charges, weapon charges, and rioting charges.
Wow.
These are criminals who she wants to release and put back on our streets.
We see this more and more, situations like that. People who have been arrested numerous times, career politicians, they're waving, they're having fun, but it's a serious situation. Things have to change, and that's why people around here, they want to make America great again.
Yes, they do. And if you look at the poll numbers, President Trump is doing very well in the swing states. You look at North Carolina. If there is a polling page that I follow on Truth Social, it's interactive polls.
Okay.
President Trump posts their polls a lot of times on Truth Social. Looking at some of the swing states, North Carolina, he has a 69% chance of winning there against Kamala.
That's great.
Looking at Georgia, 60% chance there. Nevada, 62% chance. Arizona, 60% chance. Pennsylvania, 55% chance of winning.
Wow.
And Wisconsin, 51% chance of winning. So doing really good in the swing states. And these are all against Kamala Harris. So President Trump doing well, but we got to continue the momentum going into November.
Yeah, again, a lot of people are talking, can Minnesota go back in the Republican, the red column? And at this stage, we're hearing a lot of positive things from Congressman Brad Finstad, Congresswoman Michelle Fischbach. They're out there, they're shaking hands, they're seeing a lot of support, a lot of signs, and it seems like there's momentum in this state.
Absolutely. And when we ask everyone here if Minnesota is going to be Trump country and win in November, everyone says yes, but no one knows that more than you. You live here.
Right.
What do you honestly feel?
I feel very confident.
Okay.
I really do. I think, again, if we have a fair election, and we hear that from a lot of people, that's the question mark, because a lot of people have wondered, do we have fair elections? If we have a fair fight, so to speak, I firmly believe we can win this state.
Absolutely, and that's what a lot of people are fearful of, is that it may not be a fair election, but the Trump campaign says we got to make it too big to rig. So many people out there to vote. Get everyone you know out there to vote. That way it makes it harder for anyone to try to rig this election. Vote, 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 vote. And I think if you look at the crowds at all of the events that we go to, the crowds are huge. They're ready to head to the ballot box.
Yeah, when you think on the other side, Joe Biden previously, if he did get out at all, there'd be maybe a handful of people showing up. Maybe Harris initially, there might be a little honeymoon phase, but long term, I think people realize that's not the direction to go. This country needs to get back a foundation of family, faith, and we're seeing it here tonight.
Absolutely we are. We're going to step aside and let you see the crowds as we wait for JD Vance and President Donald Trump to take the stage here in St. Cloud, Minnesota. I'm Vanessa Broussard along with Mark Anthony. We're going to toss it back to the studio.
Great.
And we'll be right back here live.
Mark and Vanessa, thank you so much as we have a live look there from St. Cloud, Minnesota. Of course, today an RSBN doubleheader for those of you that watched in Nashville at that Bitcoin conference to now in a North Star state there in St. Cloud. Of course, as soon as the vice presidential nominee, JD Vance, takes the stage, we'll be going right back to that live. We do know in Minnesota, of course, there are 10 electoral votes up for grabs. So a state that normally goes towards the blue, but this time we're seeing a lot of people saying that Minnesota is Trump country. And as you guys know, watching all across the country, it seems that every state is Trump country. There's a majority of Americans, as you guys know, supporting Donald Trump. Not only boots on the ground as we see thousands of people all over the place at these rallies, but also with the polls. Before we continue into one of our segments, we do want to thank the Tax Network USA, a great group there. Any issues with any filing or back taxes, the Tax Network USA will help you along there with some financial assistance in the sense of assisting you financially. 800-357-1415. So it's Tax Network USA. Yet another great sponsor here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. I'm Matthew Alvarez here in Auburn, Alabama, as we take that live look at St. Cloud, Minnesota. Always awesome when it comes to the types of venues that we see President Trump and others, including Mike Lindell, as you guys saw when he entered that arena. It was like that sports atmosphere of cheering, everybody just on their feet and cheering for Mike Lindell. And that reminds me of a video from 2022 in Robstown, Texas, where Mike Lindell was near the media riser and walking around, shaking hands of so many people there from all walks of life. If we could take a look at that video as well, because it was a wonderful moment as he was shaking hands and saying hello to so many there in Robstown, Texas from 2022. Obviously, the video might be having a little bit of an issue. There it is. And anyway, the point is, at the end of that, he was just talking about how everyone needs hope, right? We're searching for hope in our lives. And obviously, that's through people like Donald Trump and others in the MAGA movement, which is AKA the freedom movement or the conservative movement. We also caught up with Mike Lindell earlier to recap a little bit of the interview. If you guys missed any of that with Mark and Vanessa, we have some of it from a recent interview with Mike Lindell as well. And here's what Mike had to say.
3.5 years, hundreds of thousands of man hours. I have over 300,000 people on the ground in all 50 states. And the stuff we have learned and everything we put together in this plan to secure our elections, which one of the newest things is, this is very important, everybody. Go request your mail-in ballot. Get it pulled off the dirty voter rolls. Get it pulled off there so you secure your ballot in your name. And then when you go to vote on the day of and you go to vote and they say, you already voted. Now you can pull it out and say, no, I have not. And at that point in time, it becomes identity theft. Now, if you go to lindellplan.com, you can all learn about it. Everybody get involved. And what you're going to find there is we've got this plan laid out to get rid of these electronic voting machines. That's our eventual goal, to get to paper ballots hand counted. The president wants that. In fact, most people want that, whether you're a Democrat or Republican. So, but for right now, by securing that ballot, and now it becomes identity theft, you'll still get to vote. But boy, I'll tell you, if you got there and they say, no, you already voted, good luck with that, because this has happened across our country in the last couple elections.
I can tell you the 24/7 news cycle, as you know, Mike, has been on hyperdrive. I haven't gotten your thoughts yet on Butler, Pennsylvania, and a number of other issues. So what was that like for you to witness our president doing such a strong move by saying fight, fight, fight?
I was actually landing in Texas when I got the notice, and it was that President Trump had been shot. And then I heard that it was even worse than when it was. I heard, it could be over. And I just started weeping, crying. I thought, because that's a good friend of mine. And then I got my text of all these texts rolling in, all of a sudden one says, he just put his arm up and said, fight, fight, fight. And my heart just went, what? You know, it was, who does that, right? He just, it just, it's the most amazing thing. That picture will live forever, obviously, with the flag in the back and fight, fight, fight. But there's another one, the one where he's laying down everybody and the Secret Service are on top of it. It was taken from underneath. And you can see at that moment where God's just reaching down and telling him, you'll be okay. It's almost like he's praying. What they needed to do, everybody, and we don't know what the other part of this ticket will be or what they have planned, but I'll tell you what, they have to do these fake polls to the country that, oh, they're polling even now, they're polling even, to make it look like that it could happen when they go to try and steal this election. I will tell you, after that debate, Fox News, I believe, came out and said, oh, they're polling even. That them and ABC were the only ones that were even saying that about Biden. I mean, give me a break. This is, where do they come up with this? This is a narrative the media is going to push no matter what it is. Here's a completely failed vice president, completely failed, and everybody knows the failures. So what they're trying to do, evil overplays its hand. I'm very, you know, if they're going to be anyone, I hope it's her, because no one's going to believe it that they're polling equal, right? And it'll be interesting. It'll be a very interesting. We're going to have, I applied to go to the Democrat convention with my Frank Speech platform. And I believe they're probably going to turn us down. Wouldn't you think? I don't think they want Mike Lindell in there.
No, Mike, they definitely won't want you there, even though you're the one that's spreading truth and they're the ones spreading disinformation. So I agree with you 100% on that, Mike. Now, speaking about the left-wing media, if we switch it over to conservative media, I know a good friend of yours and working at Frank Speech there, Lou Dobbs. Can you share with us a little bit about Lou? What an awesome man he was.
Yeah, it was so sad, everybody. The day before he passed, I was at the RNC convention. I was praying with my wife and I were praying with Lou's wife, Debbie. And I knew a couple weeks prior when Lou said, Mike, he said, just take me off the air for a couple weeks. And he was a fighter till the end. I'll tell you, Lou and I would about every other day, we would strategize. He's not only a great man, great friend, but he's been after these computers and these machines in our election since 2003, everybody. He went, you know, but amongst many other things he did. But what an amazing journalist. You know, he helped start CNN back in the day, and then he left there, went to Fox, left there, and came over to canceled basically, and came over to Frank Speech, but he was just, I'm going to miss those daily conversations, because he was like a mentor for me when you start talking about journalism out there. What you know, Louis, from his voice just commanded truth. You know, when you heard it, you just said, that's real. That's thing, because of his reputation and because of who he was. And he loved what he did to everybody. He just loved being that person. And he went down real fast. It was very sad, and I'm going to miss him so much.
It was such a powerful last interview he had on your network with President Trump. And I remember at the end, Mike, President Trump said to Lou, he says, we need more voices like you on our side. And it was just an awesome moment there, Mike.
Absolutely. Lou's first interview, by the way, on Frank's Speech was Donald Trump. That was back in January. And his very last one was our great real president, Donald Trump. They were great friends, too. And yeah, to get that, our real president, Donald Trump, he just absolutely, Lou, if he thought, who would I like to have for a newscaster, it was Lou Dobbs. And it was, and Lou is a mentor of many example for everybody out there. You could point to him, and even on the left, they didn't bash, you know, the left bashes me and my network all the time. But one thing they didn't bash was Lou Dobbs. They didn't bash Lou Dobbs. If Lou Dobbs spoke, none of the left would. It was really strange that way. They gave him respect, like, hey, we're not going to attack Lou Dobbs because the people will know he's telling the truth. Let's just keep attacking Mike Lindell and his company, My Pillow. Let's kind of leave Frank's Speech alone, and which is what they did.
So, of course, there, Mike Lindell talking about the great Lou Dobbs, who worked at CNN, Fox, but you know what? All the way through and through, a conservative at heart. And then, of course, when he switched over to conservative media, speaking truth out there for the people to see. So a powerful kind of insight there from Mike Lindell. Before we continue on to some commentary and, of course, throw it back there live in St. Cloud, Minnesota, we do want to thank our friends at American Financing. You're going to see the number at $854, saving you that a month. How in the world will that happen? You can contact American Financing. They'll help you out with information on how that will happen it would be through your housing with equity into your house there. And more information can be found on their website and at that phone number there as you see on your screen. So American Financing, a great sponsor here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Meantime, there are 10 electoral votes up for grabs, as I mentioned, in the North Star State. We're exactly 101 days from the U.S. general election, and I want to dive into a couple things about Minnesota real quick before we throw it back out there to St. Cloud. The average North Star State family is dealing with Bidenomics at a whole new level. I'm told prices have jumped 20% since Joe Biden and Kamala Harris took office. So that's 20% increase. That's thanks to the left's war on American energy. Average gas prices topped record highs at $4.75 per gallon in the state. So as you know, with Maganomics, things would be a lot different. And we saw that with the first Trump administration, with the average price of gas at $1.87 a gallon. Wouldn't we love to have that again? So we know President Trump, of course, spoke today in Nashville. He's slated to speak around 8 tonight there in St. Cloud, Minnesota. That's about, I think it's 66 miles northwest of Minneapolis, St. Paul. So a nice community there in St. Cloud, Minnesota. From here, President Trump then will go to Pennsylvania on Wednesday, the 31st, in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania for a rally. On Tuesday and Wednesday, also Vice Presidential nominee JD Vance will hold rallies in Nevada. There will be 2 stops there, one in Henderson and in Reno, and then he will go to Glendale, Arizona on Wednesday. So obviously, Right Side Broadcasting there for you for the JD Vance events in Nevada, and then we'll be there in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania for yet another great moment to be had when it comes to President Trump being with the American people, and then all the pre-program speakers, just like you heard today in Minnesota. I mean, from Mike Lindell to Mr. Emmer and others. It just is always great to hear that electrifying crowd, and that's what we see there in St. Cloud, Minnesota. Real quick, a mention, of course, about some international breaking news, as President Trump recently posted about this on Truth Social. We know and we're hearing reports that Hezbollah has attacked northern Israel. President Trump commenting on Truth Social about that attack. I'm sure he'll bring up those developments as well tonight in Minnesota. He did touch on that a little bit earlier in the day in Nashville, Tennessee. So a lot of news going on. Of course, the 24/7 news cycle at a very high gear and overdrive right now with what's going on in our country. Of course, the moves of President Trump and JD Vance making campaign stops throughout the country. And then, of course, whatever happens over there on the left with the DNC, and in August, of course, where we'll hear who the actual nominee will be. So let's throw to JD Vance right now in St. Cloud, Minnesota.
United States, we're the ones who need it most. Let the rest of the world help us for change, and let's rebuild America first. Our highways and bridges are falling apart. Who's blessed and who has been cursed? There's things to be done all over the world, but let's rebuild America first.
is great to be in St. Cloud, Minnesota. God bless you guys. Wow. First, let me start on a somber note, if I can. I want to open my remarks with a word about the horrific rocket attack in northern Israel that killed at least 11 people, teenagers and children as young as 10 years old. We heard about this just earlier today. Now, of course, it's absolutely shocking, and it's a reminder of what happens when Donald J. Trump is not president of the United States. It makes the whole world weaker and more chaotic. Now, no nation should or can tolerate this terrible stuff, and I know this audience stands with Israel and stands with our friends. Let's get President Trump back in office and get this war over with. And when Donald J. Trump is president again, the days of moral equivocation on this issue and so many others will be over. We got to finish the job and get this thing over with. Now, I want to talk about what's going on in this country. And of course, all of us learned the hard way over the last week and a half, if you didn't already know it, that Joe Biden cannot do the job as President of the United States. In fact, exactly 1 month ago, President Trump wiped the floor with Joe Biden on the debate stage, exposing a massive cover-up of that president's moral and mental incapacity. And he saved this country from 4 more years of one of the worst presidents in American history. So let's thank President Trump for getting rid of Joe Biden once and for all. Thank you. And during that same time, President Trump accepted our party's nomination with overwhelming support. We held one of the most successful conventions in history, and he even took a bullet for the country that he loves and didn't miss a single day of work. Just imagine what he's going to do with 4 more years. Now, we've got some of our friends in the media back there, and after they deserve it. After covering up Joe Biden's mental incapacity and incompetence for 3.5 years, now the media is at it again. For 3.5 years, my friends, they told us that Joe Biden was Abraham Lincoln. And now the media tells us that Kamala Harris is Martin Luther King Jr. Can you believe it? But we all know she's not MLK, just as Joe Biden was not Abraham Lincoln. We know that she is a card-carrying member of the San Francisco lunatic fringe. Ain't that right? And America is not going to be fooled by the media's lies anymore. Now, everybody knows that Kamala Harris owns every failure of the ultra-liberal policies of the last 4 years. As America's border czar, and she was the border czar, the media all said it, Kamala Harris is directly responsible for the worst border crisis in this nation's history. On her watch, more than 10 million illegal aliens have invaded our country, and it wasn't by accident, it was by design. Creating this flood of illegal immigration is the purpose of the ultra-liberal immigration policies. They said they were going to do it, and then they did it on Kamala Harris's first day in office. They suspended deportations, they stopped building Donald Trump's border wall, they reinstated catch and release, and they proposed amnesty for millions of illegal aliens. On the first moment, from the moment go, Kamala Harris and the Democrats sent engraved invitations to millions of illegal immigrations around the world. And now they're here because they were invited. They were invited by our own border czar. Can you believe it? Now the chief of Border Patrol was appointed over a year ago, but border czar Kamala Harris hasn't even spoken a single word to him. This administration handed 3 million work permits to illegal immigrants, destroying American jobs and crushing American wages. And if the border czar wins, she will not only give jobs to illegal aliens, she's talking about giving them free health care, free tuition, all paid for at your expense. I agree. Worst of all, Kamala Harris would happily erode every protection we have to prevent them from voting. She wants to hand over control of our country to people who shouldn't be here in the first place, and we cannot let her. And I have a message, a very simple message to the millions of illegal aliens who are in this country and shouldn't be. If you are here, start packing your bags right now, because Donald J. Trump is coming back into office. Now, what bothers me most about Kamala Harris's liberal policies is that she pretends that they're compassionate, but they hurt the least fortunate members of the American family. It is what the Bible calls the least of these that suffer the most under Kamala Harris's policies. Now, I know this, my friends, because I myself grew up in a poor family. I was one of those kids who suffered under Democrat misrule, and I know that if we let these guys gain power, it's going to be people who grew up like I did that suffer the most. Now, a lot of you know my story. You know that things worked out for me. I was able to achieve the American dream because this is a great country that gives opportunities to people, and we got to make sure it stays that way. And I benefited, of course, from the incredible bounty of this country. I also benefited from a very tough grandmother who raised me because my own mom struggled with addiction. And I'll tell you, there are a lot of things that keep kids on the straight and narrow, but one, for me, was a grandmother who told me when she found out that I was hanging out with a local drug dealer, JD, if I ever see you with that kid again, I'm gonna run him over with my car. And then she added, and nobody will ever find out about it. And I believed her. And I came from that background, my friends, and I stand before you as your next Vice President of the United States. I love this country. But if we want to preserve that American dream for the next generation, if we want to build upon it, then we have got to win this election. We have got to bring the people's president back. That's President Donald J. Trump, and we're going to do everything we can to get him elected in November. And we're going to do it together. We're going to turn Minnesota red. We're going to turn this whole country red with President Donald J. Trump's leadership. And we're going to do it not just because we want to beat the Democrats, as fun as that will be, but because the American people depend on President Trump's leadership. And the clock is ticking, my friends. In 6 months, we are going to launch the largest deportation program in the history of this country. We're going to end catch and release and ban sanctuary cities, and then we're going to finally finish building that beautiful border wall. Now, we know Kamala Harris is not going to do this. She was ranked as the most extreme liberal in the United States Senate based on her voting record. And my friends, I serve with some pretty crazy liberals, and she was ranked ahead of all of them. She co-sponsored the Green New Scam, and she supports every insane environmental policy that's going to drive American workers out of business, drive the price of gasoline through the roof, and drive Americans further into poverty. She is 100% responsible for the inflation disaster that is destroying American families. And under President Trump, we had a booming economy with no inflation. Wages were going up, and people were saving, and young people were buying homes. Let's get back to that prosperity. We're going to fight for your ability to afford housing, education, healthcare, groceries. We want normal Americans to be able to afford a decent life in their own country. It sounds so simple, but it's got to happen. And one of the ways we're going to do it is drill, baby, drill. Get that stuff out of the ground. Get it from our own people. Get it from our own workers, and not from tin pot dictators all over the world. Now, some of this stuff, you read what Kamala Harris has said, and it's hard to believe. She wants to abolish ICE, legalizing squatting, and open the door for rapists, felons, terrorists, and murderers to vote. She also supports defunding the police. She opposes putting more cops in the street because she believes that police are a greater threat than the bloodthirsty criminals they lock up, and maybe they are a greater threat to her, but to hardworking American citizens, they are our protectors, and we back the blue in this country. Now, she wants to end cash bail, and what that means is that if you assault a police officer, you can be back on the street the very next day. In fact, when rioters and looters were burning American cities to the ground, including Minneapolis, Kamala Harris was raising money to bail them out of jail. Let's throw them in jail and support the cops. It's hard to believe, but it's true. She helped a group of anti-cop extremists raise more than $40 million to free scores of criminals right here in Minnesota. That's not across the country, that's just here in Minnesota. And I think in November, Minnesota's going to send her a message. They've had enough of Kamala Harris's garbage. They'd like to have a real president. You can't make it up. Some of the criminals freed by Kamala include a convicted rapist, a knife murderer, a domestic abuser, who later shot and killed a man while he was out on bail. It's so sad. Thanks to Kamala Harris, Minnesota neighborhoods have filled and will fill with violent criminals. President Trump, you know what he did? He put them behind bars where they belong. And here's the crazy thing. She also supports confiscating guns from law-abiding citizens. So the criminals get to have all the guns they want, but hardworking Americans get nothing to protect themselves. That is a recipe for disaster, and we're not going to let it happen. She wants to make us sitting ducks in our own country. That's the policy that Kamala Harris has pursued, and we are not going to let that happen. We are going to vote in big numbers in November, and we're going to take this country back, right? We're going to save this country for Americans of every race, color, and creed. We're going to do it the hard way. We're going to do it because this country is worth saving. We're going to do it by fighting through the media lies, and we're going to do it by electing Donald J. Trump, President of the United States. Now, maybe the worst and most dishonest thing that Kamala Harris has done, and it is a long list, my friends, is that she helped cover up Joe Biden's declining mental capacity for years. It's actually sad. Putin, Xi, Kim Jong-un, all these dictators, they have been sitting in private rooms for 3.5 years, licking their chops because we have a president who can't actually do the job. Now, anyone who's too blind to see Biden's incompetence or too dishonest to admit it is not fit to serve as commander-in-chief. She lied to us. She lied to all of us, and it's unacceptable. And you know, they never give President Trump an easy path. Kamala Harris, the Democratic elites are trying to install her as their new nominee without her receiving a single vote for president. The media, our friends back there, they call it a coronation. I think there's another word. I call it a coup. In America, we do not crown our leaders. We vote for them. Democrat or Republican, you got to give the voters a choice. But if there's one thing we've learned about Kamala Harris, it's that she has a hard time winning votes because she's too extreme even for the Democrat Party. Remember, in the 2020 primary, Harris dropped out months before they even cast the first vote. She was so unpopular, she polled in the low single digits among Democrats the entire campaign. She wasn't even in the top 3 in her home state of California, and that is pretty embarrassing, ladies and gentlemen. And the reason is because Democrats know that the American people would never elect a San Francisco liberal who's so far outside the mainstream. Now, we've got to give some credit to our Democrat friends because they were right in 2020. The American people are never going to elect a wacky, out-of-touch San Francisco liberal like Kamala Harris. Now, I saw the other day Kamala Harris questioned my loyalty to this country. That's the word she used, loyalty. And it's an interesting word, simplify, loyalty, because there is no greater sign of disloyalty to this country than what Kamala Harris has done at our southern border. And I'd like to ask the Vice President, What has she done to question my loyalty to this country? I served in the United States Marine Corps. I went to Iraq for this country. I built a business for this country. And my running mate took a bullet for this country. So my question to Kamala Harris is, what the hell have you done to question our loyalty to the United States of America? And the answer, my friends, is nothing. So let's send a message to the media. Let's send a message to Kamala Harris. Let's send a message to every hardworking patriot from Minnesota across the country. We are ready to have President Donald J. Trump back, and we're going to work our tails off to make sure it happens. God bless you all. Thank you. And thank you for having me, Minnesota, a great state.
Why don't we liberate these United States? We're the ones who need it worst. Let the rest of the world help us for change, and let's rebuild America first. Our highways and bridges are falling apart. Who's blessed and who has been cursed? There's things to be done all over the world, but let's rebuild America first. Who's on the hill and who's watching the valley? Who's in charge of it all?
Minnesota, St. Cloud, Minnesota. It is a packed house inside this hockey arena. It holds 6,000 people, but every seat is taken. We have people on the floor. We have standing room only, and they're watching this video right now, Mark, of a very dominant President Trump.
It's filled to the rafters. Yeah, if you look around, there's standing room only. People are all around trying to still get a view. Donald Trump, it's going to be a little while, I guess, huh? What do you think?
It'll be a little bit,
okay.
But that's okay. Because this is when the crowd gets pumped up and they get excited, and the anticipation builds and builds as we wait for President Trump. Now, going back to what JD Vance was saying, this is a day to really awaken America about the terrible policies of the Biden administration, and Kamala Harris falls under that umbrella. All right, so we're watching this video of President Trump as the crowd cheers on President Trump saying, "We will make America strong, powerful, and great again." As we wait for President Trump, we want to remind you about Sticker Mule. Sticker Mule is where you can find all of your RSBN merchandise.
That's right. All kinds of goodies, right?
Yes. Shirts, keychains.
Wow, I need to get one.
Keychain, yes. And things that you just need. Stickers, of course, because it is Sticker Mule. Things you just need to show your support for RSBN. All you have to do is go to stickermule.com/RSBN and give to, you know, the people of your community. That's how I see it, because they'll say, we need to watch RSBN too. The more people that know, the better it is, so they can get the truth and real news. So spread the love. Go to stickermule.com/RSBN. A big portion of sales today goes to RSBN. So make sure you get those sales in for us if you can. Sticker Mule.
Excellent. Check it out today. You know, some of the things JD Vance, certainly talking about securing the border, those who came into our country illegally, sending them back home, come back the right way. But one of the things that really stood out for me was that story again about his grandma, talking about when he does, as a young boy, if he didn't hang out with the right people, his grandma said, if you don't hang out with the right people, I'm going to find that kid. I'm going to run him down. I mean, she was a tough lady, wasn't she?
Yes, she was. And he's very blessed to have
Yes.
her in
Yes.
his life and lead him in the right direction.
But it certainly made him the man who he is today. So thanks to his grandma.
Yes, and she was actually at and the mother was actually at the RNC, very teary-eyed, sober now, and it was good to see her there and know that she's so proud of her son. You know, she's struggled with addiction, is now sober, and very proud of her son. Stepping away real quick as we can see the crowds, I want to pan the crowds.
A little Elvis there.
Yeah, as we count down to President Trump. All right, don't let age slow you down. Collagen accounts for 30% of your body's protein. It provides structure, support, and strength to your skin, your muscles, your bones, and connective tissues. Now, this is where Revive by Brightcore Nutrition comes in. They combine 5 types of collagen with the moisturizing power that also has biotin in it. Biotin is so good for your skin and nails. It heals and nourishes your skin, your hair, your nails, like I just mentioned. It increases your muscle mass.
Excellent. We all need that, don't we? Why not?
The older we get, the more we need that. And promotes healthy bones and joints. It heals your body from the inside out. I just love the thought of that. It heals you from the inside out. Revive is an all-natural, non-GMO, gluten-free, sugar-free, dairy-free, 100% made in the good old USA. When you order today, a portion of the proceeds will go to the Wounded Warrior Project.
Excellent. Yeah, check it out. So many great sponsors.
Yes, and the Wounded Warrior Project, such a wonderful organization supporting our veterans. So a portion of today's proceeds will go to them. Support our veterans, support domestic labor, manufacturing, also support a stronger you. Brightcore's Revive is the place to go. All you have to do is call 888-652-4131. One more time, that's 888-652-4131. But that's not all. The best part about all of this...
There's more.
Yes. Not only does a portion of the proceeds go to the Wounded Warrior project, you can get 50% off your order today.
Wow.
Plus free gifts. So it's a win-win for everyone.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Yeah, take advantage of that today.
Yes, there you have it. So make sure you give them a try. All that information is on your screen. Crime is the topic for tonight. and how President Trump will bring back law and order. Kamala Harris and the Biden administration clearly want to defund the police. Kamala has praised people like the Los Angeles mayor, cutting $150 million from the police department's funding there in LA. She praised that.
Yeah.
You know the crime in LA, and the last thing they need to do is defund the police there, but she praised it.
And we had problems here in Minneapolis after the death of George Floyd, burning down the Minneapolis precinct, and unrest, and that the area really, some areas haven't rebuilt back. Homes destroyed, obviously the precinct in Minneapolis, but businesses that decided never to come back again. And it's hurting the community there.
Absolutely. And these are people's livelihoods. You know, the small businesses who suffer because they're throwing bricks through their windows, setting them on fire. And while, you know, the Trump administration has zero tolerance when it comes to that, and the communities who back the blue have zero tolerance to that, the Biden administration and Kamala Harris are, you know, like JD Vance said, they're doing everything in their power to free the criminals and keep them on the streets. Kamala also endorsed Democrat Amanda Barnes, who wanted to release half of Wisconsin's inmates. Endorse someone who wanted to release half of Wisconsin's inmates. Think about that for a second.
Yeah, right. Yeah, taking in the music a little bit here too. The energy,
yes.
The energy is just amazing here, isn't it?
And let the people see the crowds as we wait for President Trump. Again, the topic for tonight is law and order, and Kamala wanting to defund the police. We're live here in St. Cloud.
Are you an ABBA fan? You like ABBA?
I do.
Winner takes it all.
As we listen to the music, we want to remind you real quick about Birch Gold, the Birch Gold Group. All you have to do is text the word Trump to 989898. Text the word Trump to 989898. So much going on with the dollar, the U.S. dollar, and Saudi Arabia. If you want to make sure that your money is secure in case the dollar goes down anymore, don't worry about it, because you can transform your IRAs and your 401ks, roll those over into gold-backed IRAs. With over 20 years of experience, the Birch Gold Group is experts. They're experts in what they do. They have thousands of satisfied customers, rave reviews, 5-star rating with the Better Business Bureau. They're just a great patriotic company who wants to help you, and they care about you and your finances and your future. Again, all you have to do is text the word Trump to 989898. Contact the Birch Gold Group so you can save for the future. All right, continuing to watch the crowd as we wait for President Trump. Just hearing from Senator JD Vance, and what a speech he had
tonight. Was great. Yeah, it was great to hear from him. I've seen a few people dancing in the aisles, too. Have you caught a few people at all? They're up in the rafters. I've saw some people enjoying little ABBA here. But, yeah, anticipation grows, and we're hoping that coming up around the corner here, we'll have our president, former President Donald J. Trump, back on the stage here. Of course, 2 weeks ago, today it was, in Butler, Pennsylvania. He's been out on the road, though, doing a lot of great rallies. But coming now to Minnesota, central Minnesota, St. Cloud, about an hour west along I-94 from Minneapolis. And the crowd here loving this moment, sharing the moment with fellow patriots who love this country. Again, it's been a hot day out there. Last I saw 91, but it felt more like 97 at times with the dew point and the humidity elevated. So it's been a hot one here But inside here, nothing but warm hearts for our former president, number 45. Hopefully for all these here, number 47 once again.
And speaking of 45, 47, he has a new book out, Save America. If anyone's interested out there, new book, Save America. Melania Trump also has a new book she just announced this week. You can pre-order that as well. The book is entitled Melania. So 2 new books coming out from President Donald Trump and Melania Trump. As a programming note, we want to remind you that we will be in Reno, Nevada on Tuesday for a Senator JD Vance rally. Mark your calendars for that. Then on Wednesday, President Trump is holding a rally in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. So make sure you mark your calendars for that as well. Also, we love being on the road with all of you, and a lot of this comes from our donations. So we want to thank the donors who have been with RSBN from the beginning, who continue to donate to us monthly, and also the ones who maybe just gave one-time contributions. Every penny helps. So if you want to go to our website and donate to keep us on the road covering the truth and on the campaign trail, go to rsbnetwork.com. That's rsbnetwork.com. And click the donate button. You can also follow RSBN on YouTube. Rumble, if you're watching on Rumble, so good to see you. Thanks for watching. Facebook, Truth Social, Instagram, we're there. X, I think we're close to hitting a big milestone when it comes to X followers. So if you're on X, make sure you give us a follow there. You can also follow me on Instagram, X, Truth, and TikTok. You know, I only had to get a TikTok because President Trump did. So I'm fairly new there and learning how to maneuver my way through that app. But Instagram, usually get a lot of good behind the scenes pictures there on my stories. X, Truth Social, and TikTok. But most importantly, make sure you follow RSBN and go donate if you can.
So are you a Billy Joel fan at all? Remember this song?
Fan of music.
Yeah, We Didn't Start the Fire. Song about past generations causing problems. And a lot of young people here.
I'm an 80s baby.
Yes.
So I love this kind of music.
Yeah, what a great song. But a lot of young people here, of course, on hand. Getting engaged. We talked to some 11-year-olds, 13-year-olds. It's so inspiring to think some of these young people already getting engaged in the process and even pulling their parents in. One I talked to, they said it's their son who brought them in, not the other way around, the parents bringing in the young person. So that's cool, isn't it?
It really is. Let's talk about the young kids here today, Mark. So many young children. And in fact, we met a 9-week-old baby who was here today, Babies for Trump. But that's what it's all about. People of all ages come out, kids, babies, the elderly. We see so many people here at the Trump rallies. Just having a great time. And we're hearing that it could be.
I was hoping to pull in Congressman Tom Emmer,
he's
but
going backstage.
I think he's on his way to maybe helping that introduction.
We're about 20 minutes away from President Trump taking the stage. Thanks for being here with us on Right Side Broadcasting Network. I'm Vanessa Broussard along with Mark Anthony, having a great time with you here today as this is a double header for us. President Trump started off in Nashville, Tennessee this afternoon at the 2024 Bitcoin conference. Then he's making his way here to Minnesota, St. Cloud, for a rally tonight. And this crowd is fired up. And you know what I was thinking?
What were you thinking?
hockey arena with
Yes.
the glass around the rink. Will they beat on the glass like they beat on the glass
could
for
be.
the hockey team?
Absolutely, could be. No sticks, though.
A lot of people booing right now, if you know what that's about. Celine Dion performed at the Olympics.
My heart
a
will
lot
go
of
on.
bad feedback coming in from the Olympics. Last night, a lot of people firmly believe, as I do, that the Olympics did a terrible job yesterday in mocking Jesus. They had drag queens come out reenacting the Last Supper and complete mockery. And I'm telling you, Mark, this is a world where there is a fight against Christianity. And the people are, the people of the Christian faith are fighting for their faith. And so you see opening ceremonies like the Olympics last night, mocking Jesus, mocking God, showing children, the millions of children around the world ready for the Olympic Games, watching transgender drag queens dance around. It's just, it's very sad to see. And so the crowd here, we talked a little bit about the Olympics with the crowd this afternoon when we were outside with them. They're boycotting.
So, do you have a favorite Olympic sport at all?
I do.
Do you enjoy the Summer Olympics more than the winter?
Yes and no.
Okay.
I really love women's gymnastics, and then I really love ice skating.
Oh, yeah, no. Sounds typical,
But I
similar to my wife.
Yeah, but I won't be watching this year. I think I'm going to just pass by because I'm not a fan of what went down in Paris. But let me tell you, I'm still Team USA. Simone Biles and the U.S. Olympic team, I'm rooting for them and hope for them the best. But I'm not going to be putting my viewership into the Olympics this year.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the basketball again. We'll see what happens there. Team USA certainly favored to win. LeBron James and others leading the charge there, so good luck to them. But so many, the gymnastics is amazing, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. Love watching the gymnastics. And Simone Biles, I don't know how she does it. She's so short, but yet she can jump so high. She's just amazing at what she does. But again, 7-11 here, local time. I'm Vanessa Broussard here with Mark Anthony. So good to have you here with us on Right Side Broadcasting Network. We are just moments away from Donald Trump, and we have babies waving at us as we zoom in.
Adorable little one there.
Cute. We told you the babies were out in full force today.
What would you guess? Maybe 3-4 months old?
I would say about 3 months old. Yep, you're absolutely right. Precious, precious
In
baby.
red, white, and blue.
And that's how it begins, starting them young. Cutie pie. She's precious.
Starting them young to be loving their country.
Now, she won't remember, but I'm sure they'll have videos and pictures from this day to show her when she gets older.
Yeah, forever, you're right. Now, you've been to a lot of rallies. It's been this is the first I've been since 2020. The energy here, I'm sure it's similar to the other rallies, but...
Yes, and you are one of many who asked me that question, and I'll tell you, a Trump event of any sort never gets old. When he walks out, the hair on your arms will stick up because you're just so... You can feel the patriotism in his walk. You can feel the patriotism and love of this country in the room, with the people, with the yells, with the screams, their phones in the air, and it never gets old, Mark. It's so magical when President Trump walks out from behind the curtains.
You think what their family, not just Donald J. Trump, Melania, but Eric Donald, the girls, I mean, all that they've had to deal with, the attacks on their family. I mean, for a family to still want to be into the fight, again, 4 years later, it's a sure sign of what this country means to the Trump family as a whole.
Right, and they're still by their dad's side, their father's side through it all. Look, they were all on stage with him at the RNC. Trump Jr., Eric Trump all spoke at the RNC for their father. Ivanka was there. Her husband was there. Melania was there. So they really, really support their father. They're proud of their father. And they're proud of how he continues to fight for this country when he doesn't have to. And especially taking that bullet to the ear, and it's still standing and it's still going strong.
Yeah, a lot of people, as they've said, a lot of people wouldn't be able to do this. They'd be in the corner crying, you know, but no, Donald comes back fighting each time. He's a counterpuncher, isn't he?
He absolutely is. I wouldn't want to face him in a boxing ring or a UFC fight for that matter. You know, he loves the UFC fights and attending those. But yes, he is a fighter, something like I have never seen. And you look at people like Hulk Hogan, Mark, who was there at the RNC. And I grew up watching Hulk Hogan.
Oh,
and
sure.
How, I mean, he was just so strong and tough to me in so many different ways. He's Hulk Hogan. But to hear Hulk Hogan get on stage at the RNC and say they came after my hero.
Right, my friend, and I can no longer be silent. And he tore off that shirt and unveiled to the nation that he's a Trump backer, and no doubt about it, he's all in, he and his family. Well, little Louis Armstrong now.
Yes, can't go wrong with Louis Armstrong. Can't go wrong with Angel Paste. Also, I have this at home. I encourage all of you to get some as well. Angel Paste is an amazing product. It's a miracle cream. And I'll tell you that some of my friends have ordered it after seeing it on RSBN, and they love it and told me they can't wait until they can order the next product because they tried one, love it, but they want to try something else because there's just so much to choose from. Angel Paste Miracle Cream transforms your skin naturally. They're based out of Spring, Texas, and they're an America First company. They hire veterans. They love our veterans, and we love them for that. Angel also sticks to all of our America First policies. Again, it's unlike any other cream you'll find on the market. It contains 0 chemicals. It hydrates your skin without feeling greasy. If you want to get rid of wrinkles, it can help you with that. If you have a scar, it can help you with that. If you want to get rid of bruises faster, we've heard from customers that it helps with bruising and sunspots. It's just so good for your skin. Your skin will love it. I just got a text just now from another friend who says they love Angel Paste. Angel Paste is just that amazing. It can also heal burns as well. So no matter what you have going on with your skin, it can definitely help you. Get the miracle cream that everyone is raving about. That's the website on your screen. Go to angelpaste.com. That's angelpaste.com. Use the promo code RSBN for 10% off your order. Again, that's angelpaste.com. Type in the promo code RSBN for 10% off your order. And I'm telling you, rave reviews from all over. Women love it. Men love it. Teenagers, you know how that is. If they're dealing with any type of acne of sorts or anything in that nature, this can definitely help them out as well. It's a miracle cream. That's Angel Paste. Give them a try. All right, we are just minutes away now. President Trump is here in the building, and we are waiting for him, Mark, to make his presence known. And people are standing up, and they're excited.
Yeah, again, people dancing, excited. They love this nation. They know their leader in Donald J. Trump in leading this movement is in the building, going to be on stage in just moments. It's going to be electrifying, isn't it?
It really is. And, you know, don't count Minnesota out. Minnesota is Trump country. And the people here will let you know that's just the way it is. They told us all day long that people who were on the fence are now moving over to President Trump. They see the difference. They know that they were not better off for for these last 4 years under Joe Biden, and that they were better off 4 years ago under President Trump.
Coming by here again, Michelle Fischbach. Good to see her.
Hi.
Of course, 7th District Congresswoman up for re-election, as is all the members of Congress. She does have a primary challenge coming up August 13th, but I think she'll be able to secure that.
As we wait for President Trump, we want to remind you that there are 10 electoral votes up for grabs here in Minnesota. 10 electoral votes. Looking at interactive polls, the chance of winning, just today this was released, President Trump 59% to Kamala Harris's 40% chance of winning. Swing states looking good for President Trump. According to interactive polls, North Carolina, he has a 69% chance of winning. According to this same poll, in Georgia, President Trump has a 60% chance of winning. In Nevada, President Trump has a 62% chance of winning. In Arizona, President Trump has a 60% chance of winning. Pennsylvania, 55% chance. And Wisconsin, 51% chance. People know that under the Biden administration, including Kamala Harris, there has been historic inflation, record high gas prices in all 50 states, record high consumer debt. People are depending on their credit cards to pay their bills and to pay for groceries and to pay to eat. And so when the bill comes around, Mark, at the first of the month, they can't pay off that credit card.
Absolutely.
But they keep adding to it. And that's just what it's like under the Biden economy. Bidenomics is not working.
It isn't, and so many families are having to deal with that. Tough decisions each month as well. You've got to eat. You've got to be able to stay roof over your head. But we know there's a lot of people dealing with homelessness right now. Many cities are dealing with homelessness, and it's becoming an epidemic. It shouldn't happen in America, let alone anywhere, but under this administration, we're seeing it in California, we're seeing it in Minneapolis, so many having to deal with that, which is so unfortunate. A lot of people here are dancing, having a great time, aren't they?
They are. It's that time of the night where they're getting really antsy to see President Trump, and they know any minute now he'll be stepping out on that stage.
So at one point around the stage, Donald J. Trump is not here yet, but I counted 10, I believe, Secret Service agents around the stage itself, let alone other places. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I counted all those earlier tonight when JD Vance and others were up there.
You're not wrong, Mark. We saw an uptick and an increase in security the minute we drove on the property. Before Butler, I would tell people I never feel unsafe at a Trump event because the security is so tight. Now, on that day, there was a lapse of some sort, as we know.
And you could feel it?
I could feel it.
Yeah.
A little to about 10 minutes before President Trump came out.
I've heard other people say that too.
Until that point, I felt fine. It was about 10 minutes before. But never before, in the 2.5 years that I've been with Right Side Broadcasting Network, have I ever even thought about anything harmful happening because the security is so tight and so good. But with that being said, again, this is my first rally since Butler, and we have helicopters flying over us. We have snipers more than usual, it looks like, on buildings. We have security all over media parking. Usually, you have several. I've never counted, but there are security agents. Today, they had multiple, more than I've ever seen. As we walked to the car, they were standing by the car, so they were keeping their eye out on media. It's just, it's really encouraging to see so many more security detail security teams that are here now that may not have been there several weeks ago that they've called in for extra help. So they have definitely upped their game when it comes to security measures, cadaver dogs, bomb sniffing dogs. Now, we see those at all rallies, but there's more now.
Yeah, it's great. You pointed out, we talked about it earlier, the snipers on the roof, you saw them. I don't know if there were 4 or 5 up there alone, but then indoors here around the stage earlier, I counted 10. How many others are in the crowd? Hard to say, plus local law enforcement. We're in Stearns County here. I'm sure Stearns, Benton County, adjoining county. I saw a lot of deputies, local St. Cloud police too, and I'm sure they pulled in other departments too. This is amazing, isn't it?
It really is. And, you know, I'm seeing more and more kids as I really look at the crowd individually and not as a whole. I'm seeing more babies and more kids. This may be, for me, a record when it comes to the younger kids here supporting President Trump. So I guess parents are saying, come on, we're going to witness history.
So you did say you've seen more young kids here than in other rallies?
For me
Interesting.
Yes.
Yeah, well, that's
I'm looking
great.
straight ahead and I see a baby, another baby.
Right. That's incredible. So, again, this is Minnesota, traditionally a blue state, hasn't voted for Republican since Richard Milhouse Nixon back in 1972. So to have people bringing out not only their spouses, grandparents, but newborn babies, it's incredible. I think there is something special going on here in the state of Minnesota, and we heard it from Michelle Fischbach, Congresswoman, 7th District, Brad Finstad, CD1, Congressional District 1, both feeling that Minnesota is going to flip this go-around. So let's hope they're right. We've got a little Jerry Lee Lewis on the big screen, playing a little Great Balls of Fire.
And we know that President Trump is in the building here at this popular hockey arena in St. Cloud. He is in the back meeting with constituents, people who support him, people who are on the ballot running for office. He's meeting with those people right now before he takes the stage. Secret Service, local law enforcement agencies are standing around the stage. I see lots of law enforcement officers in the crowd, scanning the crowds. Even up to the top, there are suites at the top because we are in a hockey arena. It's a sports arena, so there are suites at the top and law enforcement officers at the top as well. So we're pretty well covered here. They have up security, and it's really, really good to see.
Again, the anticipation continues to grow here. I wonder if rumors are going around. I know we've got the go-ahead that Donald Trump is in the building. I wonder if that rumor is going around the rest. And as you said, everyone's standing. They anticipate. Do you think it's here?
We're looking at this video now. I really want to pay attention to. It's talking about Minnesota in 2020 and Kamala Harris whenever the riots were going on. If we want to pan our cameras to that and take a listen in.
Murder for stabbing a friend to death. She got out of jail too. A twice convicted rapist currently charged with kidnapping and sexual assault, and he walks out too.
The Freedom Fund raked in donations when it was promoted by many, including now Vice President Kamala Harris.
Sean Michael Tillman shot and killed a passenger on a train platform after reportedly being released from jail 3 weeks prior. All thanks to the Minnesota Freedom Fund.
Donovan Boone was charged with breaking into the home of an ex-girlfriend and choking her. Freedom Fund bailed him out for $3,000 cash, and he hasn't shown up for court since.
I often don't even look at a charge specifics when I bail someone out.
The Hennepin County attorney called out the Minnesota Freedom Fund for bailing Mosley out of jail twice previously, even though he was arrested for having a gun in the courthouse.
The Minnesota Freedom Fund, which pays cash bail for low-income criminals, paid Tims's entire $10,000 bail in cash.
11 days later, police found a man bleeding from the head and ears in this alley. Police were able to arrest Tims in connection to this violent assault.
Howard was arrested and charged with second-degree murder. The Minnesota Freedom Fund acknowledged supporting Howard's bail.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the CEO of Cantor Fitzgerald and the face of 9/11, Mr. Howard Lutnick.
This place rocks. Let's go. We just came from Bitcoin 2024 and the crowd was fire, but they are nothing like this. So my name is Howard Lutnick and I'm from the company Cantor Fitzgerald. Now some of you may remember that my offices were located on the 101st to the 105th floors of the World Trade Center. See, I was taking my son to his first day of kindergarten that day. That's why I'm alive. But we lost 960, right? We lost 658 people of our 960 employees. My brother Gary died, he was 36. My best friend Doug, he was 39. And all those families. So I know jihad. I understand jihad. And we need Donald J. Trump to crush jihad. I see the great Representative Emmer to my right. Fantastic. So I have a great honor tonight. See, I have the honor of introducing the next Vice President and Second Lady of the United States of America, JD and Usha Vance.
Why don't we liberate these United States? We're the ones who need it worst. Let the rest of the world.
All right. Isn't she lovely? I'm gonna pay for that later. But without further ado, I want to introduce my friend, my running mate, the biggest fighter for this country and the working men and women of this country we've ever seen, and the next President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say, there ain't no doubt I love this land. God
Tom, you better bring this home. There's no excuse. There's no excuse. Tom Emmer, great guy. We're going to bring this home. I want to thank everybody. I want to thank our next Vice President of the United States, JD Vance. And I especially want to thank the great state of Minnesota. We love Minnesota. Before we begin, I want to condemn the evil attack on Israel that took place earlier today. A missile launched by Hezbollah killed at least a dozen children, young children. And they were playing, as you heard, on a soccer field in Israeli territory on the Golan Heights, a place that I recognized during my administration as under Israel's sovereignty. It was a big thing. I've been trying to get it done for 72 years. I got it done in about 1 hour. The savage Hezbollah terrorists struck these children with an Iranian precision missile. Dozens more were wounded in the attack, and sadly, the death toll is probably going to go very substantially higher. Our hearts go out to the families of these innocent children. No parent should have to suffer the terrible loss of a child at the hands of terrorists or anybody else. Today's attack on Israel cannot be forgotten, and it will go down as another moment in history created by a weak and ineffective United States president and vice president. They wouldn't have done this if I were the president. They wouldn't have done it. And they didn't. With time, this situation will only get worse for our country with the kind of leadership that we have right now, which is no leadership. It's probably worse than no leadership. It's negative. It's negative leadership. It must galvanize Republicans, Democrats, independents, conservatives, progressives, libertarians, and everybody else to put strength, respect, and power back into the USA where it belongs. This attack, just like the attack on October 7th or the Ukraine-Russia war, think of it, nor would country-busting inflation. You know, inflation is destroying our country. None of it would have happened. It would have never happened if we were president. It wouldn't have happened. It's a dangerous and terrible time for the world. And it's almost the entire fault of incompetent Biden-Harris administration. She who says that she wasn't the border czar. She wasn't the border czar for 3 years. She was the border czar. She let it be known, I am the border czar. Then she never went to the border. She's terrible. She's worse than he is, I'll tell you right now. I want to be nice. They all say, I think he's changed. I think he's changed since 2 weeks ago. Something affected him. No, I haven't changed. Maybe I've gotten worse, actually, because I get angry at the incompetence that I witness every single day, the way millions of people are pouring into our country. And that's the thing that must change, and it must change quickly. It's great to be back in this beautiful state with thousands of proud, hardworking American patriots. As you know, 6 days ago, we officially defeated the worst president in the history of the United States, crooked Joe Biden. Have you heard of him? Have you heard of him? He was badly beaten, and everybody went to him and said, Joe, you can't win, you can't win. He said, no, let me debate him. Let me debate him, please. That didn't work out too well either. That was the end. The debate was the end. You can't beat him, Joe. Now we just beat you, Joe. You're going to lose. You got to get out. We want to get out. You got to get out, Joe. There was nothing nice about what they were doing. It wasn't democracy, was it? It wasn't democracy. They were saying, we want you out of the race, Joe, and we want you out here. You're going to lose. These are quotes from some of the fake news. Look at all the fake news back there. Wow. That's a lot of fake news. Man, that's a lot of fake news, Mike. Joe, you're going to lose. We want to put somebody else in. And then I realized last night I was speaking to a great group of people, Christians, all Christians, and they've been horrible horribly treated by this administration. Today I spoke to Bitcoin crypto. So I went from Christians to Bitcoin, and now I'm with you in Minnesota. We cover a lot of territory. Think of that. So Christians to Bitcoin to Minnesota. We cover a lot of territory. And I never mess it up by saying, let me tell you about Bitcoin. I don't do that, no. Remember Biden, of course, I don't want to talk too much about him, but when he was in Iowa, and he said, it's great to be in Idaho. No, you're in. If I ever did that once, it would be the end. They'd say that's the end. He's cognitively impaired. That would be the end. The fake news would go crazy. But I thought last night, as I was speaking to this incredible group of evangelicals and a lot of others of faith, it's, well, you like that, don't you, huh? Wow. That means our country's coming a long way, because you put faith back, you put religion back into our country, it's going to be a much better place. I'll tell you that. But I thought last night, I said, you know, it's sort of unfair. You have a guy, he says he's great, he's president and all that stuff. They rigged the election, but we won't talk about that. And they say he's president. So he comes out, and he comes out raring to go, and he gets badly beaten. He's losing, and all of a sudden he's like a fighter. He's losing. Then they took him out of the fight, and they put a new fighter. We have a new victim now, Kamala. We have a new victim. We have a brand new victim. And honestly, she's a radical left lunatic. And she is, when you find out about her, all I have to say is defund the police. That was her big thing. Let's defund the police. And as I often say, you know, politicians don't change. Whatever they say first, that's where they are. They don't change. Wouldn't you say that, Tom? Whatever they say, if they said 5 years ago, 8 years ago, defund the police, she said it like 2 years ago or 3 years ago. But so if that's what they say, that's ultimately where they want to go. But this was really a coup of, and by the Democrats, this was a coup of a man that had 14 million votes. He wanted to run. They wouldn't let him run. They treated him horribly. They said to him, we can do it the nice way, or we can do it the hard way. To Joe, he's president. This was a coup of the presidency. They threatened him with the 25th Amendment. They said, Joe, we're going to threaten you with a thing called the 25th Amendment. You're cognitively and physically a mess. And if you don't get out, we're going to take you out with the 25th Amendment. And he said, I'll go. And then the fake news said, oh, he was so brave. He was so brave. No, he was forced to leave. So now we have a new candidate to defeat the most incompetent, unpopular, and far-left vice president in American history, probably the most far-left person in American history. Less than 4 months from now, Minnesota is going to defeat Kamala Harris. And remember what I said a short time ago. A short time ago, she strongly fought for many, many bad things. But to me, I love the police. We're not defunding them. We're going to fund them. Fund them. We're going to overfund them. She's just thinking. She's defund the police, and I'm overfund the police. We're going to overfund. We're going to evict this radical and incompetent administration from the White House, and together we are going to make America great again. With your vote this election, inflation will stop, the illegal aliens will be turned back, the cartels will be in retreat, crime will fall, energy prices will plummet, incomes will soar, and a world in chaos will rapidly be transformed into a planet of peace. And very importantly, and you don't hear this anymore, the words you don't hear under the Trump administration, the American dream will come roaring back bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. The American dream will come back, right? But if a crazy liberal, and she's beyond liberal, look, she was a failure at every stop. She was a failed vice president. She was a horrible district attorney. She destroyed San Francisco. She was a liberal she was there before all the guys that you're currently reading about, right? If a crazy liberal like Kamala Harris gets in, the American dream is dead. I believe it's dead. I believe it's dead. Over the past 3.5 years, Border Czar Harris, which is what she called herself, even the New York Times today, they took an article out of the New York Times, Border Czar. Now, you know, they're deleting everything that says, these people back there are deleting everything. But we already have it. You know, 3 months ago, she was thought of so badly they were just killing her. And now that she's in this position, they're trying to make her into a, let's say, Margaret Thatcher. I don't think so. It's not going to happen. Margaret Thatcher didn't laugh like that, did she? Did she laugh? If she did, she wouldn't have been Margaret Thatcher. It's very simple, right? Border Czar Harris allowed almost 20 million illegal aliens to stampede into our country. If she gets another 4 years, it'll be 40 to 50 million more people in our country, and they'll be using Medicare and Social Security. They will be gone. They'll be wiped out. They'll be destroyed. There won't be a thing your government can do about it. She will kill Social Security and Medicare. As Vice President, Kamala Harris cast the tie-breaking votes that created the worst inflation in half a century. I believe the worst inflation that we've ever had. You know, they don't use the real numbers. They don't use the numbers that are really, really bad, but they're bad enough to have the worst just about that anybody can ever even think of or remember, decimating working families. And if she wins, inflation will only get worse. It's going to get worse. Already energy and gasoline are going up. You see what's happening? More and more per gallon. We had it down to $1.87. We actually had it lower than that for a period of time. A Kamala Harris presidency means 4 more years of extremism, weakness, failure, chaos, and probably World War III. I really believe it. They have no, that's why this happened today in Israel. Shocking that it happened out of nowhere. A Trump victory will bring back leadership, competence, common sense, and strength to the Oval Office. That's what we had. We had no wars. We had no wars. Think of it. We had no wars. Remember when crooked Hillary Clinton used to say, he's going to get us into a war. Look at him. Look at his rhetoric. I said, no, my rhetoric's going to keep us out of wars. That's what happened. We had no wars. They didn't think about it. Putin would have never got in. Iran was broke. I told China, if you buy 1 barrel of oil from Iran, you're not doing any more business in the United States. And they didn't buy any. They didn't buy any. And we would have had to deal with Iran within 1 week after the election if the election didn't take that horrible turn. You know, we got millions more votes the second time than we did the first. The New York Times asked me, what happened the second time? I said, the second time we got like 10 million more votes, right? Oh, I never thought of that. The reporter said, oh, yeah, you're right, actually. Let's go to another question. But let's review Kamala's insanely liberal record. As a senator, she was ranked the #1 most radical left Democrat in the entire Senate. They say she made Bernie Sanders look like a moderate. He was unhappy with that today, did you see? He said, oh, no, I think I might have been more liberal than her. They were fighting over who's more liberal. If this country has a liberal president, this country is finished, okay, just so you know. And she's weak liberal. Just a few years ago, Kamala Harris co-sponsored Bernie Sanders' $32 trillion. You know what that means? That means file for bankruptcy as you're signing the legislation. Everything is gone. Your taxes will go up by 4 or 5 times, and it still won't be nearly enough. $32 trillion socialist takeover of the entire U.S. healthcare system. She endorsed outlawing private health insurance entirely. Many people have private health insurance. It's phenomenal. If they work hard and they make a little money, they want to have great health insurance. She wanted it outlawed. She supported giving free taxpayer-funded health care to all illegal aliens. Come on in. Come on in. Now, but just think of it. Everybody that comes into our country, including from prisons, mental institutions, insane asylums, you know, they go crazy when I mention Dr. Hannibal Lecter. You know who that was, right? They say, why does he keep mentioning Hannibal Lecter? Well, you see, he was a slightly troubled patient in an insane asylum, and he'd love to have you for dinner, you right there. He'd love to have you for dinner. But I mention him because we have people like that coming into our country. They're closing their insane asylums all over the world. They're sending their criminals into the United States. Venezuelan crime is down 72%. Because they're sending their criminals and their drug dealers and their prisoners to the United States. And next year, I think, instead of being here, which is a great place, I love this place, we'll go to Venezuela or someplace in South America where they've sent all their criminals to us, because we'll have a nice, safe event. We can go to Venezuela next year where the crime drops 72%, and we're going to have a nice, safe event, because in Minnesota, you will have lots of people that you don't have now, although many of them are here now. They're just sort of getting used to it. You'll have people from their jails and from their mental institutions in Minnesota. So we'll go to a nice, safe location. She co-sponsored the $100 trillion Green New Scam to abolish oil, coal, and natural gas. She pledged to ban fracking. No fracking. Oh, that's going to do well in Pennsylvania, isn't it? Remember Pennsylvania, I said it. She wants no fracking. She's on tape. The beautiful thing about modern technology is when you say something, you're screwed if it's bad. If you say it wrong, you're screwed. She said, I never said about fracking. Then we play about 90 tapes. You know, there will be no fracking. We will defund the police, she says. I have to be very careful when I say that, because if I say we will defund the police, imitating her, they'll put me on television tonight saying Donald Trump wants to defund the police. Right? So, got to be very careful, Tom. Sarcasm doesn't work when you have a crooked press. You know, when I imitated him, because Biden, and I don't want to waste a lot of time, because it's over now, right? He's gone. I told you he would be. I told you he wasn't going to make it. I told you. In the debate, and they called for the debate. They wanted it early. I said, okay, I accepted every rule. Everyone said, why did you do that? I mean, you accepted CNN, you accepted fake Tapper, you accepted all of these things. Why did you do that? So I said, because it's the only way, because they thought I wouldn't do it. So I said yes, and they were shocked. But we had the debate, right? And he kept saying, like, they'd say Jake Tapper, fake Tapper. But I have to tell you, they were very fair. In my opinion, they were very fair. 95%. You can't ask for, I was shocked. They gained a whole level of respect. I really mean it. CNN, and both of them, they gained a level of respect, right? Don't you think so? I do. I told them that. I called them both up. But I never saw a debate like this. So, you know, we're given a certain period of time, and I'm running. I got to talk very fast because there's so many things to say. My mind is rushing. Boom, and I hit it right on the butt. But they kept saying to him, sir, you have 92 seconds left. What? You have 92 seconds left. And I said, I'll take it. They said, no, you're not allowed to. You have 92 seconds. And he was like, oh. Next question. So you have 38 seconds remaining. What? Oh. So we got off to a good start. But from the time of the debate, that was the beginning of the end. The debate was not good. And then he tried to recoup by going and doing some interviews with really nice people that actually wanted to help him along. But they can't answer the question for him. So it wasn't a good situation. And now we have somebody that's I believe, worse than him. I really do. Kamala called for slashing consumption of red meat to fight climate change. Now, you know what that means, because in a couple of countries, they're actually getting rid of their cows and their cattle. They want to get rid of their cattle because they say it's environmentally unacceptable. So that'll be next. They're going to be coming to you, Tom. Please go to the legislature and get rid of all cows, all cattle. Horses will be next, and at some point, I guess they'll go after the human also, won't they? It's crazy. It's crazy. The humans are next. No, she's terrible. She's terrible. I mean, she's as bad as you get. She supported mandatory gun confiscation, ripping firearms away from law-abiding citizens, and she said that a 80% tax rate is a bold idea that should be discussed. It's very interesting to her. I think that's nice. How about 80%? Kamala is also a total radical on abortion. Should we talk about abortion? Do you mind for a second, right? When you compare my position on abortion to that of Kamala Harris, my position is actually, it just polled, 8 points higher, and that's because she's a radical. She's an absolute radical on abortion. She wants abortion in the 8th and 9th month of pregnancy. Think of that. And right up until birth and even after birth. The governor of Virginia, the ex-governor, we have a great governor of Virginia right now, but the governor that preceded Glenn is, he was horrible. I call him Michael Jackson, remember? Remember his wife stopped him from doing a moonwalk? Oh, that was a good thing, because nobody could moonwalk like Michael. He wanted to moonwalk to show that would not have been good, but he blew it anyway. But he said, we put the baby aside. If the baby's born, we put the baby aside, and we discuss with the mother whether or not we terminate the baby's life. This is after. This is an abortion. This is called killing. This is called a word beyond abortion. This is called execution. Kamala supports taxpayer funds to pay for abortion for any reason. She even voted against legislation that would require medical providers to give care to babies born alive after an attempted abortion. They're the radical ones. You see, the Democrats really, and not all of them, because most of them agree with us, they're the radical ones, whereas our position is that abortion is now back to the states. They've wanted to have this. This has been going on for 52 years, the way everybody and all legal scholars, they always said this is the way it should be. Everybody wanted it back in the states. Democrats, Republicans, liberals, conservatives, and legal scholars. Every legal scholar wanted it back in the states. And then about 14 years ago, people started talking about the number of weeks, the number of months, the number of this, that. They wanted it back in the states where people can decide, and that's what's happening. You look at Ohio, they decided. You look at Kansas, they decided. You look at a lot of different states, they decided. And sometimes it comes out the way certain people want it. Sometimes it didn't. Ohio came out with somewhat of a liberal interpretation, and so did Kansas, which was a little surprising, but it's the vote of the people. Like Ronald Reagan, I believe in exceptions for the life of the mother, rape, and incest, and I also believe that you have to follow your heart, but you also have to get elected. You have to remember that. We have to get elected, and I want to thank the 6 Supreme Court justices, Clarence Thomas, Samuel Alito, John Roberts, Brett Kavanaugh, Neil Gorsuch, and Amy Coney Barrett, for the wisdom and courage they showed on this long-term, very contentious issue. But getting it back to the states puts the question where it belongs, with the vote of the people, and it's over time. And you'll see this over time. It's going to work out incredibly well, and just an issue that was tearing our country apart for years and years is coming to an end, and people are coming together. It's going to be the vote of the people, and it's a state vote. It's the way it was supposed to be. It should have never been in the federal government. So, thank you. I think it's so important to say. I think it's so important to talk about. This November, the American people are going to reject Kamala Harris's crazy liberal extremism on a massive landslide. We're going to have a landslide because it's going to be too big to rig. You know what too big to rig is? We're not going to let her turn the United States into communist San Francisco. You know, 15 years ago, San Francisco was perhaps the greatest city in the country. And now it's unlivable. It's unlivable. The crime is so bad. The drugs are so bad. She has ruined it. She was the original of the bad DAs. She was the original of the bad prosecutors. She blew them all away. There are a lot of people that say she destroyed San Francisco. She will destroy our country. She will destroy. And moderate, you know what? We can maybe live with moderate, but we have to bring our country back. We've gone down a long way. Remember this. Out of the 20 million people, and probably much more than that, that came out, so many, they have to be taken out. We're going to have the largest deportation effort in the history of our country. The criminals, we have to get them out immediately. Every voter in Minnesota needs to know that when the violent mobs of anarchists and looters and Marxists came to burn down Minneapolis 4 years ago, remember me? I couldn't get your governor to act. He's supposed to call in the National Guard or the Army, and he didn't do it. I couldn't get your governor. So I sent in the National Guard to save Minneapolis while Kamala Harris sided with the arsonist and rioter and raised money to bail out the criminals, bail them all out of jail. Remember? I kept waiting for his call. You remember the guy from CNN, the reporter, so-called? I won't use his name. I don't want to embarrass. Shaved head. Nice-looking head, actually, shaved. And he goes, this is a friendly demonstration. And behind him, the entire city was burning. Remember, it was like a war zone. The entire city was burning down. And as he was speaking, somebody threw like a hand grenade at his feet and broke his knee. This is a friendly rally. No, you know what's a friendly rally? This is a friendly rally. By the way, I feel so bad. There are 25,000 people outside that cannot. If you people all go and vote, now, look. There's no way we lose this. There's no way we should lose this state. The other day, Kamala had 972 people, we counted it. They said it was 2,000, and that's okay. But they said she had a massive crowd of 2,000 people. It wasn't, it was under 1,000. But this, they never talk about this. They don't. Take a look at that. That's great camera work. It must, I know it's not a news camera because they don't do that. Even the ones that are on our side. They don't show the crowd size. I love crowd size. We've always had the biggest crowds. In history, there's never been anything like this. Now, you had to see, we drove from the airport to here, and practically the whole way, there were just thousands and thousands of people. It's incredible. If they don't cheat, we win this state easily, okay? They cheat. They have no shame. They cheat. Do you understand that, you crooked people? They're the most crooked. They cheat. They cheated in the last election, and they're going to cheat in this election, but we're going to get them. They used COVID to cheat. And this time they'll try and find something, but we think we have them blocked. They have no shame whatsoever. You know, the amazing thing is the press, when they write about this rally tomorrow, they'll say, President Trump was here. He had a small smattering of people. A small, delicate crowd of a few people. Sometimes they'll say a few hundred people. They never talk about it, and they never show the crowd, no matter, look at the corner. See the corner of the room? Turn your camera right up in that corner. See that corner? See that corner up there? See that corner up there? See that corner? Look at that. Look at him. Look at that guy. He's going crazy up there. He loves it. He's going crazy. He's got the worst seat in the House, and he's got more attention than anybody. Look at him. But those cameras will never turn, will they, huh? See, I'm watching the cameras. They're not turning because they don't want to turn, because they don't want to show what's happening. This is the greatest movement in the history of our country, and if we don't win this election, our country is finished. You know, I used to plead with the fake news, but now I learned it's not worth it, but I'd plead, show the crowd, please, show the crowd. You know, I'd say, show the crowd. And they'd keep that camera blaring right on my face. They'd show it as tight as possible, as tight as you can. And I'd say, you gotta show the crowd, you gotta show it. And I actually thought in 2015 and 2016 when I started, because we had these crowds from the beginning, I have to say now they're bigger and better and stronger, I think, than ever before. Bigger and better. Look at it. That's, when I say the corner, you know the place is packed if those seats are gone. But I love that one guy up there. He's going crazy. We've made him a star. But I used to say, turn the camera, turn it. I went through, and I never understood, because it's actually good for them. It shows that people are watching something, so I figured it would be easy. Even the bad ones, they should do it. They should show the kind of crowd size, and they wouldn't do it. Even the friendly ones, I won't mention names, okay, but you know who I'm talking about. Friendly, they would never show the crowd. And then I realized what it must be. It's a metal object, and I figured they couldn't turn the camera because it's on steel tripods, and I figured it's very rigid. And then one night in late 2015, just prior to 2016, there was a terrible fight, like over there in the corner, where the only way a camera could get the fight would be to do a triple tripod loop, swirl underneath the people's legs. And that camera, I've never seen any piece of steel bend so much. It was like, they got every second of that fight. I said, you mean the cameras do turn very well? And they do. That was when I learned it's fake news, it's just fake news. But they won't show this crowd, they won't show them. But more impressive than this crowd is honestly the people outside. You have thousands and thousands of people. So we love them, we love them. We love them. We do. We love you. We love you all. How good is this place? What a state. I think I should move here. No, but we have a lot of states. they all see what's happening to our country. They're all incredible. We always have packed houses, to put it mildly, like this. I mean, the spirit has never, ever been like this. We did great in 2016. We did better in 2020. There's never been spirit like this, Tom. I don't think we've ever had, Pete, never had spirit like this. Great hockey player, by the way. Great hockey player. Pop. Great hockey player. We've never had spirit like this, so we have to do, we're going to turn it around fast. We'll turn this thing around real fast. You're going to be so happy. Kamala urged her followers to donate to the so-called Minnesota Freedom Fund, helping raise $35 million to set loose violent offenders after they shot at police, looted your stores, sexually assaulted innocent victims, and committed all sorts of other heinous crimes. One of the criminals Kamala helped bail out of jail was Sean Michael Tillman, very famous now, unfortunately, a repeat offender who, with Harris's help, was set free. She set free many very bad people. And then he went on a murder rampage. He killed a man on a train platform in St. Paul, shooting him 6 times in the head. Okay? She just turned him free. Ultra-liberal Kamala Harris will deliver crime, chaos, mayhem, and death to our country. I will restore law and order, justice in America. With your vote, we will get the gang members, drug dealers, and dangerous criminals the hell out of our states. We'll get them off our streets. We'll put them behind bars. But what we're really going to do is send them back to the country from where they came. You know, a certain country in South America, and by the way, they're coming from all over the world. They're coming from the Congo. In Africa, 22 prisoners. Where do you come from? Congo. The good thing about these people is they make our criminals look like really nice people. It's true. Our criminals are now considered fine, upstanding people by comparison to these people. I told Dana White, UFC, do we love Dana White? How good was he at the convention? I said, Dana, I have a great idea. Take your great championship fighters from all over the world, you're champions right now, but start another league, called it an illegal migrant league. And then take the best of those fighters and let them fight. I believe the migrants will win. I think it's crazy. You know, I told that little sort of a sarcastic joke. The press went crazy with it. He wants to start a migrant league. He wants to start a migrant league. I was going to tell you when I was up here 2 months ago, I imitated Biden because he can't find the stairs ever. The stairs, 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 stairs. 2 stairs. Get so many stairs. Get so many stairs. It's like too many stairs. I don't know what the hell they need them for. But they spend a lot of money. Government often will spend. Government has many more stairs than private. We put up like 1 stair. They put up like 12. But you always have a lot of stairs, so I'm imitating him, and I'm being funny, and I think I'm being so funny. And I had a tremendous crowd. We had 42,000 people, and I'm saying to the people, you know, when Biden gets off, do you ever notice? First of all, he doesn't make long speeches like that. Second of all, even though he can't read a teleprompter, he never goes off the teleprompter. It's a mess. It's a mess. And I was telling the people, I said, you know, do you ever watch when he's finished with his 2-minute speech? It never lasts more than 2, maybe 3 minutes. 3 is like a long speech. He goes, and he'll point at a stair. And then he'll walk. Stair, and then he won't be able to find the stair. This is what we have negotiating nuclear weapons with Putin, with Kim Jong-un, with President Xi of China. No, this isn't going to work out. Bad things are going to happen. But I called my wife. I said, who else could do it? Who else could do it? And 50,000 people how great was my speech? How did I look? How great was I? It's on speech. I said, First Lady, how great did I look? She said, there was something wrong with your hair tonight. It looked terrible. She said, you were okay, but, I have 50,000 people. Elvis didn't have 50, and he had a guitar. I had no guitar. I didn't have the use, right? Elvis had a guitar. He had a lot. We love Elvis, right? But he had a guitar. I don't have a guitar. So we'd have like 50, 60, 70. We had 107,000 people in New Jersey, on the Jersey Shore. Wildwood, New Jersey, it was beautiful. We had 25,000 people in the South Bronx. And it was like a love fest. It was like a love fest. 25,000 people. And I said to the First Lady, how great was I tonight? I didn't like your hair. I didn't like that. I said, who the hell else can get 52, 58, 79? We had 79,000 people in South Carolina. Who can get it, First Lady? And she didn't care about that. Then I called her finally. I called her she said, you were great tonight. Oh, I said, that's great. Thank you very much. And I said, how else? Was it really good? Yeah. But there was a problem. Why couldn't you find your way off the stage? They said you couldn't find. So these people, I was playing and having fun, imitating Joe Biden not being able to find the stairs. And they said that Trump couldn't find the stairs off the stage. So I have to be very careful. Tonight I'll have a very bad night because I haven't done that little routine in a long time because of that. You were good, but it looked really bad at the end, darling. You couldn't find the stairs. What's wrong with you? Nah, I can find the stairs. I'll let you know when it's my time not to find the stairs. I'm going to know. And I'm going to call Tom Emmer. I'm going to say, Tom, it's about time for me to go. Okay, nobody's going to have to tell me. I get up and I don't even read the teleprompters most of the time. So I'll do 80, 90% of the speech off teleprompter. And they'll say, he mispronounced a word. He mispronounced a word. They had a word the other day, crooked. I said cricket, And rather than go back I don't like to go back because going back means you made a mistake. You just blast through it. He didn't know how to pronounce the word crooked. I've been saying it for years about these crooked politicians that we're dealing with. So you can't even make a little bit of a flub. But even after the rioters did hundreds of millions of dollars worth of damage in Minnesota, Kamala Harris declared the so-called peaceful protests, quote, are not going to let up, and they should never let up. We should continue to go forward. In other words, those protests were good. She thought they were wonderful. This woman will be a disaster as our president. This woman shouldn't even be a shot. And you know what? They have many better people than her, but they never gave them the chance. Many better people. I know all of them. Some are very good. Kamala Harris was the original Marxist district attorney. She destroyed San Francisco, and she will destroy our country. She will be the worst president we've ever had. She will be worse than crooked Joe Biden. The only thing is she won't have Hunter, so that will help. Where's Hunter? Remember the sign we did? Where's Hunter? That became... Remember that one? I said, where's Hunter? The next day, my people are doing shirts. Where's Hunter? That was the big one. This one was good. Did you see I played golf with Bryson DeChambeau? Did anybody see? Yeah. Played okay. Really good. Won a lot of club championships, and I'm playing with him. First of all, he's like 29 years old. He hits the ball a mile, but I hit it far also, and we played very good. And it was a break 50. Break 50, that means you have to get 13 birdies and 5 eagles. That's very tough. The par threes are actually make it the toughest, right, for those of you that are golfers. But I played with him. He said, I can't believe how good you are. No, I play good. So what happens, and I was, I helped him a lot, but he does hit the ball like about 380. It helps. It helps when you can hit it 380. He's the longest hitter on tour. He just won the U.S. Open. He's a handsome guy. He's a great guy. He loves the people, loves the country. But that became the #1 trending thing because Joe Biden, who I watched him, I was always a nice athlete, a really good athlete, but I don't want to brag. So what happens? Joe Biden challenged me to a round of golf. He challenged me. And I can hit the crap out of the ball. I'm good. I shoot good scores. And when you win a club championship, that means you can play under pressure. You can ask a lot of the people up there, like Brett Baer. Brett Baer's a good golfer. Ask him, can Trump play? Ask a lot of the people. But can you imagine now, the whole thing with these people is they're con people. Misinformation. I challenge him to a round. I'll give him 3 strokes aside. He's going to give me strokes. So I say, I will give you $1 million if you can break. He said he was a 6, right? During the debate. And then immediately he said he was an 8. I said, that was quick. If we keep going like this, he'll be a 30 in about 2 minutes. I was a 6 handicap. I was an 8 handicap. I said, how the hell did that happen so fast, right? He's not a 6, he's not an 8, and he's not a 30. He cannot break 100. I know. I can look at somebody and I could look at their swing. He can't break 100, but I offered him $1 million. Now, as a 6 handicap, you can easily break 100. I said, I'll take you to any course you want, from the blue tees, which are, just moderate tees. I would give you $1 million if you can break 100. He decided to turn me down. He turned me down. Then I said, I'll give you 10 strokes aside. I'll give you 10 on the front, 10 on the back. I'll give you 20 strokes. I'll give you $1 million if you can beat me. He has no chance, okay, no chance. He didn't. But they talk a good game. It's all talk. It's good. It's all, pilots come to the White House. I used to be a pilot. My uncle was eaten by cannibals, right? Even though the stories say, no, he went down in a crash. But my uncle, if the truck drivers come in, I used to drive a truck. It was a very big truck. These people, I'm telling you, they are so bad. They're so bad. They're just evil people. But more importantly, they're destroying our nation. Nobody respects them. Everybody laughs at them. We're like a bunch of fools. We have a man that can't put 2 sentences together, and now we're replacing him with worse than he is, a dangerous person who's not smart. She couldn't pass a law exam, right? Have you heard that? These are minor details. She couldn't pass a bar exam. She took the bar exam. She couldn't pass it. She thought she'd never be able to pass it. This is what we have wanting to be up. Other than that, she's a very fine woman. I'd like to make that statement. No, she's a radical left lunatic, and she's going to destroy our country, and we're not going to let her do it because we're going to win this election in a landslide. Right? You look at Kamala supports ending cash bail nationwide. No bail. If you kill somebody, that's okay. Come back whenever you're ready. We'll give you a little trial, put you in jail for about 2 days. Which means releasing violent criminals immediately after arrest right onto the streets. She wants to abolish jail sentences for parole violators. She endorsed defunding the police, and she sponsored a bill to strip police officers of legal protection. She wants the police officers to go out and protect themselves and defend themselves and hire lawyers. You got to go hire a lawyer. These lawyers would take what they make in 1 year, they'll take it out of their hides. You can't do that. We're going to give immunity to police so they can do their job. I'm giving federal immunity to police officers so they can do their job. I think it's good. She wants to leave our communities at the mercy of deranged criminals and violent mobs. Unlike Kamala Harris, under my leadership, we will never defund the police, and we will give our heroes the protection, resources, and respect that they so dearly reserve. We're not going to take away their pensions. We're not going to take away their homes. We're not going to destroy their lives and their families' lives. We are joined today by an incredible woman who I just met, took a picture backstage, Shannon Owen, the widow of Pope County Deputy Josh Owen last year. very handsome. Josh was on his 44th birthday, right on his birthday. He was out for a steak dinner with Shannon and his 10-year-old son when he got a call there was a problem, a domestic disturbance. A short time later, Shannon got the news that her husband was shot and killed in the line of duty. Shannon, we grieve for your loss, and we know how great a man he was. The police officers told me, told everybody else how great a man he was, and we are immeasurably grateful for your sacrifice. I would love to ask Shannon to come up for a moment. Shannon, can you do that? Shannon?
Thank you, everybody. Sorry you couldn't hear me that well earlier. I hope you can hear me now. I really appreciate you giving me a chance to talk about Josh. There's so many of them out there right now that need our help, though. We need to back the blue. And we need to say what Trump said and overfund the police. Thank you.
Thank you, Shannon. Incredible. Beautiful family that has to go through that. When I'm president, we will always stand with the men and women of law enforcement and their families, and we will have the backs of our police officers 100% of the time, and they will stop crime. As we secure our communities, we will also secure our border. On my very first day back in the White House, I will terminate every single open border policy of the Biden-Harris administration. And we will seal the border, and we will stop the horrible invasion into our country. It's an invasion. You know, I built hundreds of miles of border wall. If we didn't have that, but then when we left, we were going to add an extra 200 miles, actually much more than I said we were going to do, and close up certain sections that we had to, for legal reasons, keep open for a little while. And they didn't want to do it. I said, wow, they don't want to do it. Does that mean that they actually want? Nobody thought they really wanted open borders. They talked about open borders, but nobody thought that could be possible. But they wanted open borders. We couldn't believe it. No person in American politics has been more of an open border zealot than borders are. Harris, this was an open border. She was talking about open borders for a long time before anybody was even listening. You have to see her tapes and her statements that she made a few years ago before this fell into her lap, I guess you could say. Very undemocratic. Kamala supported abolishing ICE, and these are incredible patriots. These are tough people that go into a pack of MS-13 gang members in Long Island, and you see the fists flying and everything flying. The MS-13, they killed two young girls, 16-year-old girls, walking to school, and they cut them up with a knife because they didn't want to use a gun because it's too fast. They cut them up, two beautiful young kids going to school. They cut them up. And MS-13 is probably the most violent of the gangs, although now we have some coming in that might make them look good. But what happened is ICE went in, saw them. These guys walked right into the middle, and they start swinging. 3 minutes goes up, and they're bringing these guys from MS-13 out there unconscious, bringing them out like this and putting them into a paddy wagon. And we took them out and brought them back to their country, or we put them in jail in some case. No, the ICE agents are great patriots. The Border Patrol are great patriots. But she was really something. She compared ICE agents to members of the KKK. She voted in favor of deadly sanctuary cities where you protect the criminals at all costs. She supports decriminalizing illegal border crossings, and she supports mass amnesty for all illegal aliens, even if they happen to be criminals from another country. Under border czar Harris, millions of migrants are pouring across our border. They are coming not just from South America. They're coming from Africa, Asia, the Middle East. They're coming from everywhere. And as I said before, they're coming from prisons and jails. There's a slight difference. Mental institutions, insane asylums, and terrorists at levels that we've never seen before. We have terrorists coming in at levels that we've never seen come in before. You know, the Border Patrol did a statement on terrorism and terrorists. They said in 2019, one of my 4 years, now I think they were wrong on this, but I'm going to tell you anyway, I love it. They said 0. They had 0. Is that right? I think, Paul? They had 0 terrorists coming in the year 2019. Now, I think they were wrong because I don't know how that could be, but they had 0. Now they have thousands and thousands of the hardest, meanest terrorists coming in, and it's not going to end well, but we're going to go right to work and we're going to get them the hell out of here. And you know who knows who they are? The local police. Our local police, they know their middle name, they know everything about them. Meanwhile, our crime rate is going up while the crime statistics all over the world are plunging, because all over the world, unless they're run by very stupid people, they're taking their criminals and they're dumping them. We're like a dumping ground. They're dumping them into the United States. So Venezuela, crime is way down. The criminals are almost gone. The jails are half empty. The only difference, if I were running Venezuela, I would have had the jails 100% empty by now. I can't believe they're just going a little slower than we thought. Many countries right now, there's a certain country, I don't want to mention it because the head of the country, the president, South American country, but again, they're all over the world. He's getting great publicity that he's done a wonderful job on crime. He's done a wonderful, wonderful job. He's convinced everybody to live together. And I believed it. Like for 2 years, I'm reading about, I call him, great story in the New York Times, great, 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 wonderful. Then I realized he's taking his criminals, he's dumping them into our country. But he's doing it differently than some of the others. In Venezuela, they brag about it. He liked to say that he did something with a social experiment. A criminal is a criminal, and they generally stay a criminal, and we don't have time to figure it out. But we're not going to take criminals, and we're going to get rid of the criminals that we've been given by all these countries from all over the world. Under borders are Harris. Our communities are being ravaged by migrant crime. Earlier this year, a 15-year-old girl in Massachusetts was raped by a migrant who Biden and Harris flew into the United States. How about that? We're stopping them at the border. We're fighting. The Border Patrol guys are stopping them like crazy at great danger. And then we find out they have airplane flights over the border with thousands and thousands of people landing into the middle of our country. They're flying them then in airplanes into our country. So they don't want to stop them. They never will stop them. Nobody understands what good can come of it. Nobody understands why they want to have open borders, because there's nothing good. The only thing they can do is they are trying to register people to vote. That's the only thing we can say. These are not stupid people. Anybody that can cheat on elections like they cheat on elections, these are not stupid people. But you say, why would they want to have open borders and have criminals and mental patients coming into our country? The only thing is, and I'm seeing it more and more, they're fighting like hell. They want to register these people to vote, and we have got to stop it. We can't let them do it. That's the only thing. There's no other reason that they could want this. In upstate New York 2 months ago, another 15-year-old girl was attacked by an illegal alien they let in, assaulted with a metal pipe, abducted, driven to an isolated area, raped and killed. And in Texas last month, 12-year-old Jocelyn Lungari was tied up, sexually assaulted, and strangled to death by 2 illegal aliens who Biden and Harris released into the United States. They didn't want him to go out. They fought like hell to keep him here. They killed this beautiful young girl. Kamala Harris's deadly destruction of America's borders is completely and totally disqualifying for her to be president. You can't have a person like this as president. No person who deliberately releases these kinds of savage criminals to prey on our youth and our people, not just youth, elderly people too, are tremendous targets, should ever be trusted with power. Again, she has no clue. She has no clue. She's evil. The one job Kamala had was the border. That's the only job, and it was the biggest disaster in all of border history. And I'm not talking in this country, I'm talking all over the world. There's never been a border where people cross by the millions and millions. A third world country would stop it, even if their people had to use sticks and stones. They'll use sticks and stones. Nobody's going to allow that to happen, what's happened to our country. We're pleased to be joined today by the current leader of the National Border Patrol Council, a great guy, Paul Perez. And I'm just going to ask Paul to come up to the stage for 1 minute. Paul, please.
So like I said earlier, I worked under 3 Democrats, 2 Republicans. Everybody talked tough on the border. Only one president actually backed it up. That was Donald J. Trump. Joe Biden doesn't care about the border. Borders are Harris doesn't care about the border. Do you guys remember the interview when they asked her if she was going to go to the border, and she laughed about it and said, well, I haven't been to Europe. There's nothing funny about border security. Tell that to the families that have lost loved ones, to the victims of illegal alien crime. President Trump is the only one that has stood with them. I've seen it with my own eyes. He's done it. He's strong on the border. Borders are Harris, needs to go.
Thank you very much. Great people. Their people are, it's so much easier for them to just say, let's do nothing like they were told to do, but they can't do it. They love the country. Brandon Judd, your friend, they love the country, and they want to solve the problem. And by the way, I have a couple of people here, actually many people, Front Row Joes. I want to thank you very much, Front Row Joes. These guys, they've come to over 200 rallies. They were at a rough one 2 weeks ago. I know, I saw him sitting up front with a whole group of a lot of Front Row Joes, right? That was a nasty one. That was one. We lost a great person, Corey, firefighter, great man, and 2 people really badly hurt, but they're okay. They're getting better. And I saw the whole group. They had like 40 of them, Front Row Joes. And I don't know where they get the money. They must be rich as hell, but they follow us all over the place. And we love you guys. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You know, the amazing thing about that night, and I don't talk about it. I told you during the convention, I said, I don't want to talk about it. But one thing that was so amazing, the people that were sitting behind us, we had thousands, tens of thousands of people, but they're mostly here. The people behind us, when this incident took place, nobody ran. And crowd control people will tell you when there's a shot fired, and people know a shot. It's much different sound than firecrackers and everything else. Much different. They know, especially the people that we're talking about from that section, they know a shot better than anybody. And a shot was heard, and then another, then another, then another. They saw I was in trouble. I went down, but I grabbed, I looked, I said, wow. But a shot was fired, and when you look at that tape, nobody ran. They saw I was in trouble. This is the most incredible movement. These are the most incredible people. They saw. They were right here. And it was a group similar to this, a little bit larger, twice the size. And those people, and there was one guy, I got to meet him. He was dressed in black. He had sort of a green floppy hat on. Not only didn't he run, and there were others that did this too. He stood up. Bullets are going, he's just looking. Did you see him? Does everyone, I mean, you've seen this clip hundreds of times. People call up, they see it hundreds. They just, but look at that guy. He's not afraid. And then he's pointing. There he is. And the Secret Service sniper with one bullet, he did a great job. It would be nice if it would have been earlier. one bullet from a much further distance. And let me tell you, the Secret Service is taking a lot of heat, but I was under fire, and I was down, and I was here, and they came rushing, and there were bullets coming at us because it was whizzing over my head. And I don't know how they didn't get hit, but they had 7 or 8 guys that absolutely, you talk about bravery, they jumped on top of me, they shielded my body. I mean, to a point that was amazing. And we have to remember that, too. We have to remember. They understand they made some mistakes, but I'll tell you what, bravery was incredible because those bullets were flying. They were flying nasty. And it didn't stop them. You saw how fast they moved. They just moved, and they jumped on me. I could show you an arm here. I said, these are strong people. But I'll tell you, they were very brave people. That was a very incredible thing. And fortunately, maybe it could have been a little bit earlier, but that sniper for Secret Service, he was a world-class shooter. And from probably 400 yards, that's 4 football fields, because he was over there, quite a bit away. And this guy was over here, 130 yards away. So you add it up and you double it or triple it. And one shot, boom, because if that didn't happen, a lot of people would be gone right now. A lot of people. But there was great bravery displayed, and you have to hear that. Also, you have to hear that. There was no like, oh, let me get out of here. I want to resign immediately from Secret Service. No, there was incredible. Every one of them. There wasn't one that was slow. A woman who was on my right, she was shielding me, beautiful person. She was shielding me everything she could. And she got criticized by the fake news because she wasn't tall enough. Well, you know, she wasn't tall enough because I'm tall and she wasn't tall enough. And she was criticized. She was so brave. She was shielding me with everything. She wanted to take a bullet because the bullets were flying. Incredible. And every one of those guys. But the amazing thing is the people behind me, and you didn't see this because you don't see it, but we had a field as far as the eye could see, much more than what we have here. If you added everything up, it would probably be like that. But even more than that, we had a field as far as the eye could see. Nobody ran. And the crowd experts say when there's a shot fired, like in a soccer stadium, the whole place, they call it a stampede. They run for the gates. Nobody ran because they saw I was in trouble. And it's an amazing thing. I'm telling you, this is a movement the likes of which nobody has ever seen before. And I feel the same way about that. Right? Thank you. Those people are great. I just want them to know that. They're all sort of famous now, you know. But it's not, you don't see one person running off that platform. The women, a couple of them ducked, but they got up. They got up, everyone. There's not one person that ran, and some of these guys and some of the women, they stood up in the face of all that noise and all that scary stuff, and with all the blood that they were witnessing, they stood up and they were looking right, because they wanted to help Secret Service and they wanted to help the police. They wanted to find out who that guy was. So I just thank that whole crowd, but those people behind me and the people in front were the exact same thing. You just didn't get to see them. If Baltazar Harris stays in charge, every week we will bring a never-ending stream of illegal alien rapists, bloodthirsty killers, and child predators to go after our sons and daughters. That's what's going to happen. Nothing good is going to happen out of this. If I'm elected, we will immediately deputize the local police and form a massive dragnet to scour the nation for the monsters who are murdering and raping our children, and we will ship them out of our country immediately. And those countries will take them back. You know, under President Obama, they wouldn't take them back. They said, no, sir, we can't do it. They won't take them back. They put planes on the runways. I said, what do you mean planes? They put planes on the runway, so when we fill a plane full of MS-13, we're going to land in Guatemala or Honduras or El Salvador or some country. We can't land the plane. They have planes sitting on the runway. This has gone on for years, so I said, I want them all out of here. They said, we can't for that reason. They have the roads all clogged. I said, how much money do we pay them? because we pay everybody money because we're so stupid. So the 3 countries, we paid about $750 million a year for economic development. I haven't seen too much economic development. So I tell them, I said, tell them they're delinquent, they're in violation of everything, and we're not paying them anymore. And they did. They said, we're not paying you anymore. And the next day, I got 3 calls from the presidents of those 3 countries. I won't tell you exactly which ones, but you sort of have an idea. And they said, Mr. President, sir, is there a problem? Now, you have to understand, they've been telling Obama and Biden for years, we're not taking your people back, and we just kept paying them like stupid people, pay, pay, pay. I said, they're delinquent. I said, you're delinquent. But they said to me, sir, is there a problem? We seem to have a problem. This was early in the morning. I got 3 separate calls almost at the same time. Is there a problem, sir? Because they were notified there's no more money coming their way. I said, yeah, the problem is all the people, and they send them. They don't just come here. They send them. They put them in caravans, and they send them. And they put most of their bad ones in those caravans. They put the prisoners, they put the mental patients, they put a lot of bad ones. So I said, no, we're not sending you any more money. They said, sir, we would be so delighted to take back MS-13. We love them very much. They took back everybody. From that point on, we took out thousands and thousands of criminals, and we sent them back to their country. They said, we would be delighted to take them back, sir. And we took out thousands and thousands, and like Dwight Eisenhower, people think of Dwight Eisenhower as a moderate, but he wasn't a moderate when it came to the border. He was the toughest guy we had as a president. He hated when people would come across our border, and he would deport them immediately. Dwight Eisenhower, you don't think so? We have no choice, but we're going to have to do it, but we have a much bigger problem than he ever did, and the problem was caused by Kamala and Joe, Crooked Joe. I wonder if Joe got any money for doing that. Kamala wants to be the president for criminals and illegal aliens. I want to be the president for law-abiding Americans of every race, religion, color, and creed. Harris is so extreme and unhinged that she has even declared the terms illegal alien and radical Islamic terrorism to be forbidden and unacceptable. You're not allowed to use those terms, but that's what it is. Some of it. If she's elected, she will flood our country with refugees from Hamas-controlled terrorist epicenter in Gaza, the Gaza Strip. She wants to deposit thousands of jihadist sympathizers in Minnesota. You know that. You already have enough. I mean, how the hell do you have these Congress people elected? Ilhan Omar. No, she went to a speech when I was running. When I was first running, and I, you know, in all fairness, I never did this stuff before I'm running. And this lunatic was in the audience. She started screaming. I said, who the hell is that? And it's the same crazy person that I watch every night. She's nuts. And she gets reelected by not a lot, but she gets reelected. How do you have people like that? I'm telling you, I was making a speech, and we had a lot of people, and she was like there someplace, and she got up and started screaming. I said, that woman is insane. She's crazy. And you know what? She's become like a major voice in Congress. Can you believe it? She's a sick woman, and she's destroying your state. She's hurting our country, and we shouldn't be electing people like that. They want to turn the Middle East. Remember this. They want to take a look at the Midwest. They want the Midwest to be just like the Middle East. That's what their plan is. Let's turn the Midwest into the Middle East. I think that's not going to work out. But we do not need a jihad in the United States of America, and we're not going to allow it. We're going to do something about it. We're going to be strong. We're going to be brave. We're going to be smart. We're going to listen to Tom Emmer and Pete and all of the other. You got great people in this group, I tell you. You have great people. And we do not need more people who want to burn our flag. I watched yesterday and the day before, they're burning our American flag. And I said, I know they say it's unconstitutional. Well, make it not unconstitutional. You burn our American flag, you should get immediately mandatory 1 year in jail. Unbelievable. Go for it. To do it. On day one of the Trump presidency, I will restore the travel ban, suspend refugee admissions, stop the resettlement, and keep the terrorists the hell out of our country. We're not going to have terrorists in our country. It's no wonder the Democrat Party and their thugs are so desperate to stop us. They know that we are the only ones who can stop them, us. All of their persecution is only happening because I am running for president and leading big in the polls, including in the great state of Minnesota. I saw a poll today where I'm up to. Doesn't mean much, but it means something, right? 1972, Richard Nixon was elected. Can you believe that? I think there's some hanky-panky going on because I've had a lot of rallies here. We have rallies. What I've done for your upcountry with the iron ore. And those people, they loved us, and then these guys came back and they changed everything, and just disgraceful what they did. But I think, I'm telling you, if we have an honest election, we're going to blow it out in Minnesota. Just look at the crowds. Look at the people back there. The radical left Democrats rigged the presidential election in 2020, and we're not going to allow them to rig the presidential election in 2024. We're not going to allow it to happen. And every time the radical left Democrats, Marxists, communists, and fascists indict me, I consider it a great badge of honor because I'm being indicted for you. Never forget, our enemies want to take away my freedom because I will never let them take away your freedom. I'm not going to let it happen. I say this, I got indicted more than Al Capone. You know, he was the meanest, most vicious guy. Scarface, many movies made about Alphonse. He's a fine gentleman. If he didn't like you at a dinner, you were automatically dead before you got home to your lovely wife and family. What happened to Dad? Well, he had dinner with Al Capone, never made it back. He was in the foundation of a building down the road. I got indicted more than him for what? Saying the election was crooked. The election was crooked. What a disgrace. You know what? And it works both ways. I mean, they're setting a terrible precedent. This has never happened before. Never, ever. It's never happened before. They want to silence me because I will never let them silence you. And in the end, they're not after me, they're after you. I just happen to be standing in their way. That's true. So just in closing, I have to say, because we're really joined by great people, we're pleased to be joined tonight by many fantastic Minnesota patriots, including House Majority Whip. And I can tell you, he's a tough guy and a strong guy. And we've become, I really believe, really good friends. And he's working the state. He's going to give me the biggest surprise on November 5th. Tom Emmer, great guy. And Mrs. Emmer, more important. Thank you both. Thank you both. Great couple. And members of Congress, he's a great hockey player. We're in a big hockey arena, but he's a great one, one of the best. Pete Stauber. Pete, thank you very much. Brad Finstad. Brad, thank you. Great. Good job. Michelle Fischbach. Thank you, Michelle. Great job. You have great people here. Minnesota House Republican leader Lisa Damon. Lisa, wherever you are. Thank you, Lisa. And Minnesota Senate Republican leader Mark Johnson. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Mark. Great job. We have great people. We have great people on this state. These are great leaders. They're patriots. From the moment we take back the White House from Kamala Harris and crooked Joe Biden, I believe we're going to have the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. We're going to do it fast. We're going to turn it around fast. We're going to get it started fast. Starting on day one, we will end inflation and make America affordable again. It's not affordable now. People are dying. They can't afford bacon. They can't afford anything. To bring down the prices of all goods, we will stop the Biden-Harris war on American energy, and we will drill, baby, drill. We're going to drill. Right? We're going to bring that sucker down. I will terminate the Green New Scam, the greatest scam in the history of our country, trillions of dollars being thrown out the window. And I will end the Biden-Harris electric vehicle mandate on day one. And I love electric cars. Elon Musk endorsed me. Elon is a great guy, endorsed me, but he understands this is right. There's a great place for electric cars, but not 100%. Some people like to drive long distances. There's an expense problem. There's a made in China problem. But I'm a big fan, but it's a different kind of a market. They want every car to be electric. You know, they built in the Midwest 8 charging stations. Think of it. This is like a gas pump with electricity. They spent $9 billion building 8 charging stations. Now they have another 24,000 charging stations to go. So based on that, it's like $10 trillion. The whole thing is crazy. We will pass massive tax cuts for workers, and that includes no tax on tips. No tax on tips. And that'll be done immediately. Immediately. To protect Minnesota workers, I revoked China's most favored nation trade status. Think of it. China has a clause in all its agreements. We are a developing nation. We will be giving much more favorable terms than the stupid United States, which is represented by stupid people. That will be revoked. I had it revoked, and then they gave it back. I mean, you got to ask, how much money did Biden get from China? Could I ask you that? It's a lot, right? Millions of dollars, right? From Russia, they got $3.5 million. I know that. Remember I asked? Why did the mayor of Moscow's wife give them $3.5 million? And Chris Wallace, who's not the father, believe me, this is not Mike Wallace, this is Chris Wallace. There's a difference of about 300%. But Chris Wallace said, you can't ask a question like that. 6 months later, it turned out to be a big question. No, he got $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife. And I will pass the Trump Reciprocal Trade Act. That means that if China or any other country makes us pay a tariff or tax of 100 or 200 or 300%, we will make them pay a reciprocal tariff of 100, 200, or 300%. You heard us and we heard you. It's an eye for an eye. It's about time. And just as I did before, I will also rescue the Minnesota Iron Range. I rescued it. It was so beautiful. I'll never forget when I did that, I came up, and there were guys that worked there that had lost their jobs for years. These crazy people, they closed it down for no reason. It's the best material, the best iron ore there is in the world. You know that. The best in the world. And it's unlimited. It's not like, oh, gee, unlimited. And I met 4 guys that were so tough. They never cried, maybe when they were babies, you know, like at 1 or 2. But after 2, all 4 of them were crying. They were standing there bawling like a baby because I rescued their jobs. I gave them something that should have never been taken away. And they were doing great. And then Biden comes in. He has no idea what he's doing. And in his first week, he closed it. His first week. What a shame. But we're going to have it open. Tell those 4 guys, if you happen to meet them, no reason to cry. We're going to get it open again, all right? This is the first time they've cried maybe ever in their whole lives. They were rough-looking suckers, let me tell you. 4 years ago, I saved the Iron Range from the radical left, but the Biden-Harris administration shut the Iron Range down. You know, they did it immediately, imposing a brutal 20-year mining ban on 250,000 acres. But I will end that mining ban. We'll do it together, Tom. We will end that ban in about, what do you think, about 10 minutes? I would say 10 to 15 minutes, right, Pete? And tonight I pledge to Minnesota miners that when I'm reelected, I will reverse the Biden-Harris attack on your way of life, and we will turn the Iron Range into a mineral powerhouse like never before. That's what it is. It's a minerals powerhouse. Before I even arrive at the Oval Office, shortly after we win the presidency, and I say we win, we're winning this together, I will have the horrible war between Russia and Ukraine settled, and I will do something that nobody else will be able to do because we're closer than ever. You see that today? I will prevent World War III. I will prevent it. I will restore peace through strength. That's what we had. We didn't have to fight. You know, I knocked out 100% of the ISIS caliphate. Did it in 1 month. It was supposed to take 5 years. We have the greatest military in the world, and they're not woke. Some of the stiffs on top are woke, but nobody cares about them. In my next term, we will build a great Iron Dome missile defense shield over our country, a dome like has never been ever seen before, and it will be entirely made in Minnesota and in the USA. It's going to be fully made in the USA, and Minnesota's got a big piece of it. You know, Israel's got it, and today they had a problem where something happened, but they knocked down 6 months ago, 300 missiles were knocked down. If they weren't knocked down, it would have been devastation. But they, out of 300, one got through a little bit. It limped through and fell down harmlessly to the ground. But it essentially knocked out all 300. We're going to have something that's even superior. And why shouldn't we have? It's our technology. Why shouldn't we have protection so that we can protect this state and this country? Why shouldn't we? We do it for everybody else. We don't do it for ourselves. America first. I will not cut 1 penny from Social Security or Medicare, and I will not raise the retirement age by 1 day, not by 1 day. And for 4 years, I didn't. For 4 years, you saw that, I didn't. By contrast, Kamala Harris cast a tie-breaking vote to cut Medicare by $237 billion. You didn't know that? A betrayal of American seniors. She betrayed American seniors. She's the one that cast the final vote. We're going to rebuild our cities into beacons of hope and safety and beauty better than they have ever been before. We'll have to work with Democrat governors and mayors in some cases, but we'll work with them. We got to bring back our cities. Our cities are a travesty. We will take over the horribly run capital of our nation in Washington, D.C., and clean it up, renovate it, rebuild it, make it the most beautiful capital of the world, and get rid of the nightmare of murder and crime. It will be a safe city again. On day one, I will sign a new executive order to cut federal funding. We are going to cut federal funding for any school pushing critical race theory, transgender insanity, and other inappropriate racial, sexual, or political content onto the shoulders of our children. And I will not give 1 penny to any school that has a vaccine mandate or a mask mandate. And I will keep men out of women's sports. And I will fully uphold our Second Amendment, which, as you know, is under siege. As you know, I got the full and total support of the NRA. They totally endorse me and support me, but it is under siege, our Second Amendment. And nothing happened with us. We kept it, and we will keep it. You need it. You have to have it for protection and many other reasons. We will protect innocent life, and we will restore free speech, and I will secure our elections. Our goal will be one-day voting with paper ballots, proof of citizenship, and voter ID. Very simple. But until then, Republicans must win. We got to win, win, win. We want a landslide that's going to be so successful. It's very hard. We got to win by a lot. We're going to do the too big to rig. Don't laugh. That's a nice little statement, but it means a lot. If you want to save America, get your friends, get your family, get everyone you know to vote early, vote absentee, vote on election day. I don't care when you vote, but you got to vote. Everybody's going. You got to go out and vote. And if you want to help us ensure election integrity, sign up at protectthevote.com. Protectthevote.com. So in conclusion, from Rochester to Duluth, from Marshall to Minneapolis, from St. Paul to right here in St. Cloud, this state was pioneered by men and women who braved the wilderness and the frontier to build a life for themselves and for their beautiful families. They were farmers and miners, manufacturers and shipbuilders, soldiers and lumberjacks. And they helped build this country into the single greatest nation in the history of the world. But now we are a nation in decline. We are a nation in decline. Can you believe we have to say that? We are a failing nation. We are a nation that has no respect around the world. They laugh at us. We are a nation that has lost its confidence, willpower, and strength. We are a nation that has quite simply lost its way. But we are not going to allow this horror to continue. Less than 4 years ago, we were a great nation, and we will soon be a great nation again. With our leadership, every disaster Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have created can be fixed, and it can be fixed very quickly. You will be amazed at how quickly it will be fixed. This country will be put back together very soon. Every problem can be solved, and every wrong can be rectified. By this time next year, America's borders will be strong, sealed, and secure. Inflation will be in full retreat. Our economy will be roaring back. Optimism will be surging. The American dream will be thriving again for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. Law and justice will reign all throughout our land. You'll be safe again. You'll be free again. Freedom will be restored. The flame of liberty will be burning bright. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, the worst administration in the history of our country, will be a fading memory of the past. They will be a fading memory. And our great silent majority, including the once forgotten men and women of our country, will be the ones shaping America's magnificent future when I am the 47th President of the United States of America. Because we are all Americans, and together we will show November 5th to be the most important day in the history of America. We are one movement, one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. And together we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America strong again, strong. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. We will make America free again. And we will make America great again. Thank you very much. God bless you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Minnesota. Minnesota, thank you.
Wow. You know, my first thoughts, he savors every moment. He's not here to give a quick speech, as you know. He loves the people love him. He eats it up. He feeds off everyone. And it's an amazing experience. You've been through this many times. I've only been through it a few times. So it's the people here. I want to give you a stat. I went out, I checked with the police department, the fire department. They had a max of 8,000. So there was 8,000 inside. But as Donald Trump said, there were 25,000 potentially outside.
About 33,000 plus here tonight to see Donald Trump, and that's just amazing statistics. It was so cool to see the crowd on the big screen and the crowd inside yelling at each other, and just shows the movement. The MAGA movement is so strong.
As he said, this is the biggest movement ever in this nation. I cannot think, and I'm a historian, I cannot think of anything close to this. I can think back Barack Obama, but he had to have Bon Jovi, a concert in Associate. It's Donald Trump alone that can drive this kind of movement, this many people to come out on a hot day.
Yes, absolutely, and we see it more and more. As we're getting closer to November, the crowds are coming out for Donald Trump, no matter where he is here in the country. We want to thank our sponsors tonight. We are going to start with the War Raging with Your Gut. That is where it all begins. Health starts in your gut. This powerhouse supplement that you see right here on your screen, this is Bright Horse Kimchi 1. It helps fight back. It's all natural, non-GMO, gluten-free, sugar-free, 100% made in the good old USA. Support our veterans, because whatever they make today in sales, the proceed goes to the Wounded Warrior Project. So support our veterans by ordering today. Support your health as well. Check them out. You can call the number 888-652-4131. Again, that's 888-652-4131. All orders can get up to 50% off today, and this is for RSBN viewers only. It's exclusive to RSBN. You can also receive some free gifts, so check them out as well. Birch Gold, we tell you all the time, this is the time to start rolling those 401ks and IRAs into gold IRAs. You can do that with the Birch Gold Group. Start saving with the professionals with Birch Gold. Text the word Trump to 989898. Again, that's Trump to 989898. Tax Network USA. If you are struggling with back taxes, or you have filed an extension on your taxes and have not filed yet for 2023, that's okay. That's where the experts at Tax Network USA come in. They will definitely do the negotiating with the IRS for you, so you don't have to. Let them do the work. They're licensed in every state. Go to tnusa.com/RSBN or call that number on your screen. It's 1-800-357-1415. We're helping you try to save money today. There's also American Finance. A lot of us are struggling with our monthly bills, also with food and gas. If you own a home, American Finance can help you save an average of $854 a month. We all need that. We would all like that, right? So you can contact them today. That number is on your screen. American Financing, 888-402-0299. One more time, that's 888-402-0299. That number on your screen. The Wellness Company, the emergency kit is so important for everyone in your family. Dr. Peter McCullough and his team, they've been preaching the importance of taking care of yourself for years now, and they want to push back against Big Pharma, who is taking and making billions of dollars a year off sick Americans. So now all you have to do is have an emergency medical kit in your house. It has 6 life-saving drugs inside that will protect you and your family when crisis strikes. You can go to makecaregreatagain.com. type in the RSBN code and get a discount at checkout. One of my favorites, they're all good, but Angel Paste, you know, as you get older, this is the creams that you're looking for as you get older. What works for me? Well, this works for everyone. This is a miracle cream, unlike any other product on the market. It can help with wrinkles, it can help with scars, it can help with sunspots, you name it, bruises. It can definitely help you out. Younger looking skin as well. Go to angelpaste.com, angelpaste.com, type in RSBN in the code. Last but certainly not least, go to stickermule.com/RSBN. There you can stock up on your RSBN merchandise, from stickers to t-shirts to keychains and so much more. Go to stickermule.com/RSBN. Check it out right now. A big portion of the sales goes directly to RSBN, ensuring that we can continue to be on the campaign trail covering all of these events. Oh my goodness.
I had to bring her up.
Yes.
This is Shannon Owen. Donald Trump signaled you out, of course.
Yes.
And we've talked in the past. If you recall, I'm with the Douglas County Sheriff's Posse, too. I had the honor, many of the other reserve or Sheriff's Posse members that worked that day to park cars. And Josh's funeral was amazing. People coming from all over, not only Minnesota, but all over the nation.
Yes, they did, from everywhere.
And to have Donald Trump, the 45th president, and hopefully the 47th, bring you up, single you out from Polk County, just south of Douglas County. What an honor, huh?
Oh, it was the best feeling in the world, and Josh would be so proud of me right now. It's amazing.
And, of course, how's your son doing without his dad?
He's doing great. He's really doing
I know you have so much great support from Polk County Sheriff's Department, but so many other agencies. Some maybe being kind of a surrogate father, even some of them.
Yes. Yes, I would say my Douglas County and Polk County officers have been awesome, and I just can't wait to celebrate with them tonight at Waterama.
That's right. That's going on in beautiful Glenwood.
I can't wait to see everybody.
We'll let you get back down there. Shannon, thank you so much. Great to see you. God bless.
All right, thank you so much.
Shannon, and we'll keep up the good work and the hard work of overfunding the police, not defunding
the police. Yes, overfunding the police.
God bless you. Many prayers for you
Appreciate
and your
it,
family.
Shannon. That was one of the highlights when I look back at the night. Certainly, we've heard Donald Trump talk about a lot of things, securing the border, getting the economy. Here in Minnesota, it's about mining up in northeast Minnesota. A lot of great minerals, not only taconite, but iron ore. But to see Shannon here losing her husband, Josh, and to be singled out here again tonight to honor Josh in a beautiful way, I thought that was something special.
So special. And like I mentioned earlier, the thousands of people in here, our hearts melted for her, tugging on our heartstrings, listening to her story. And our thoughts and prayers go out to her, her family, and also all of the other widows out there and the ones who have lost loved ones in the line of fire, whether it's in the law enforcement world and the front lines of war. Our thoughts and prayers are for everyone. We support our veterans and we support our law enforcement officers. 10 electoral votes up for grabs here for Minnesota, and it looks like Donald Trump is doing really well if we go by the crowd here tonight. Huge crowd, standing room only, and about 25,000 more outside who couldn't get in. That'll do it for us here in St. Cloud. Thanks for joining us. I'm Vanessa Broussard.
And I'm Mark Anthony. Good working with you.
You as well. It's been a fun day. We appreciate it, and we'll see you on Tuesday in Reno, Nevada for a Senator JD Vance rally. Have a good night, America.
I'm excited to announce my all-new mattress topper. In the times we're in, I wanted to bring you the best affordable mattress topper ever. So I took my two best technologies and combined them to make the ultimate mattress topper. And now you can get it for as low as $69.98. Queen size only $99.98. It all starts with my famous MyPillow foam that provides you that overall full body support. Second is the individual comfort supports that give you an amazing custom sleep experience. It's like it's made specifically for you. The queen size alone has over 14,000 comfort supports. This is the perfect mattress topper to improve any bed. New bed, old bed, your guest beds. Get them for every bedroom in your house. Go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get the all-new My Mattress Topper for as low as $69.98. Queen size only $99.98. Don't delay, order today.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
You ask and we listen. We're finally bringing the most requested offer ever. Get the queen size premium MyPillow, now only $19.98. MyPillow is made with patented adjustable fill. It adjusts to your exact individual needs regardless of your sleep position. It helps keep your neck aligned and holds its shape all night long so you get the best sleep of your life. But that's not all. Get our 6-piece kitchen or bath towel sets only $25. Our brand new mattress topper as low as $69.98. Get our famous MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $25 and so much more. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get huge discounts on all MyPillow products, including the premium queen size MyPillow, only $19.98. That's the lowest price ever. Don't delay, order today. From all of us here at MyPillow, thanks America!